of Judah society.
Okay.
What is true?
And David my servant shall be king over them, and they all shall have one shepherd.
It is good that you are here to record this picture of me in my palace garden at Addis Ababa. People who see this throughout the world will realize that even in the 20th century, with faith, courage, and a just cause, David will still beat Goliath.
And David my servant shall be king over them, and they all shall have one shepherd. They shall also walk in my judgments and observe my statutes and do them. And they shall dwell in the land that I have given unto Jacob my servant, wherein your fathers have dwelt. And they shall dwell therein, even they and their children, and their children's children, forever. And my servant David shall be their prince forever. Moreover, I will make a covenant of peace with them. It shall be an everlasting covenant with them, and I will place them and multiply them, and will set my sanctuary in the midst of them forevermore. My tabernacle also shall be with them. Yea, I will be their God, and they shall be my people. And the heathen shall know that I, the Lord, do sanctify Israel, when my sanctuary shall be in the midst of them forevermore. Evermore. Evermore.
I'm gonna testify. Now tell you what, it's mind control, mind control, corruption of your thoughts, yeah. Destruction of your soul, your soul, your soul.
We can rely on of the conquering lion. Most lighter, you're the only one we can rely on. Of the conquering lion. Most lighter, you're the only one we can rely on. In a pretty in a jam, no.
Adonai,
Jump! Rastafari.
Adonai,
Jump! Rastafari. Zion I them for speaking. Make the you them a repeat it out. I'm so sound like justice. Bring forth the Bible. Gunshot in them.
Babylon burning, Babylon burning, Babylon burn. They have no water. Fire, fire, fire.
My dreadlocks, girl. Can't you see I'm in love with you?
Lion of Judah.
Psalm 82. God standeth in the congregation of the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty.
Elohim nitzav ba'adat el.
He judgeth among the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods.
Bekerev Elohim yishkot.
How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations, 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 inherit all
מזמור פבט, מזמור לאסף. אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל, בקרב אלוהים ישפוט. עד מתי תשפטו עוול, ופני רשעים תישאו סלע. שפטו דל ויתום, עני ורש הצדיקו. פלטו דל ואביון, מיד רשעים הצילו. לא ידעו ולא יבינו, בחשיכה יתהלכו, ימותו כל מוסדי ארץ. אני אמרתי, אלוהים אתם, ובני עליון כולכם. אכן כאדם תמותון, וכאחד השרים תפולו. קומה אלוהים, שפטה הארץ, כי אתה תנחל בכל הגויים.
Out there, deep down in your soul, I know you love me. Woo! Yeah, you know, just like a lunch. Woo! I'm with the girls, that's how it goes. That's with the girls, they love me so. I'm smoking the herbs, I'm keeping the flow. Anywhere I'm going, they want to go. I'm with the girls, that's how it goes. That's with the girls, they love me so. Smoking the herbs, keeping the flow. Anywhere I'm going, they want to go. Woo! Necessity, deeds, and equity. No fighting for material or legacy. One thing you got to have, respect. You see, open your eyes, keep looking for the best. You see, girls, what's going on? Giving you my love, that's going on from day till dawn. Give me love and stop the war. What's going on? I'm with the girls, that's how it goes. I'm with the girls, they love me so. Smoking the herbs, keeping the flow. Anywhere I'm going, they wanna go. I'm with the girls, that's how it goes. That's with the girls, they love me so. Smoking the herbs, I'm keeping the flow. Anywhere I'm going, they wanna go. Woo! Up and flowing, that's what life is. Keep it going, life is the nicest. My advice is stay humble through the crisis. Take it easy, you don't need to fight it. Your minds, I'm yours. For you, girl, I open my door. I'm so much different from those. I give you my love, let you feel so secure. When I'm with you, girl, I just cruise. Damn, here comes the good news. We all gon' make it, we ain't gon' lose. I give you my love, you feel good. I'm with the girls, that's how it goes. That's with the girls, they love me so. I'm smoking the herbs, I'm keeping the flow. Anywhere I'm going, they wanna go. I'm with the girls, that's how it goes. That's with the girls, they love me so. Smoking the herbs, I'm keeping the flow. Anywhere I'm going, they wanna go. Girls, let me see you come up on this. Girls, you're the one I'm going strong with. My lady is the one I'm with. So many loving to get from this. Love it when they're clean, love it when they're pure. Beautiful girl coming more and more. Yeah, girls galore. I love the girls, I'm so much sure. Girls, that's how it goes. That's with the girls, they love me so. I'm smoking the herbs, I'm keeping the flow. Anywhere I'm going, they wanna go. Just wheel it. Lord Jesus, Lord Jesus, Lord Jesus, Lord Jesus. True courage in the standing ground.
Lion of Judah Society.
Commands. Some say, about the 42 negative confessions, and they try to compare a confession or confessions and commandments because they don't understand there's a difference for a confession and a commandment. Here in HaTorah, we have both positive and negative commands. We have positive and negative confessions. Here in this Torah reading and feeding for Bihar, right, according to the Sefer HaChinuk, we have 7 positive and 17 negative commandments in this Torah reading and feeding. So just going over this right here, let's go through some of the positive and the negative commands. There are 7 positive, basically thou shalt do, and 17 negative, thou shalt not. Firstly, foremostly, picking up with Leviticus chapter 25, verse 4, not to work the land during the 7th year. That's a negative command right there, not to work the land during the 7th year, the sabbatical year. Leviticus 25 and 4, same verse, not to work with trees to produce fruit during that year. Not to work with trees to produce fruit during that year. Leviticus 25 and 5, not to reap crops that grow wild that year, the sabbatical year, in the normal manner, the usual manner, as with the 6 previous years. Leviticus 25 and 5, same verse, another negative command, not to gather grapes that grow wild that year in the normal manner, the normal way, or as with the 6 other years. 6 years doing the work, 7th year, Shabbat, cease and desist, rest. Leviticus 25 and 8, the Sanhedrin must count 7 groups of 7 years. Now, the Sanhedrin is like the assembly. We're getting back to the roots, the assembly. They are the elders and those in the community that are responsible. We can even link that with the Kohanim, the priests, and even Halloween, since they have charge of the sanctuary as well as the scrolls. But the Sanhedrin would be that assembly, the ancient assembly. Like the elders and others who are responsible ones in the community, they must count 7 groups of 7 years. Leviticus 25 and 9, to blow the shofar. So here's the positive commands. To blow the shofar, the ram's horn, on the 10th of the 7th month, the 7th moon, known as Tishrei. Nowadays, after the Babylonian captivity, it began to be known as Tishrei. Before, according to Torah, it is the 7th month. So to blow the shofar, the ram's horn, on the 10th day of the 7th month, the 7th moon, to free the servants, or, quote, slaves. We don't really have slaves, but that's the word people always like to say slave more than what the scripture actually says, servant. It says that we should not have anyone work with rigor, especially our brother. That is the Slav idea, right? But anyway, the Sanhedrin, the assembly, must sanctify the 50th year, the Yobel, the Jubilee year. Remember the Kiddush, sanctify, word, sound, and power, proclaim. Leviticus 25 and 10. Not to work the soil during the 50th year. Not to work the Adamah, the soil, in the 50th year. Leviticus 25:11. Negative command there. Another negative command right here. Not to reap in the normal manner, or as we would in the 6 other years, that which grows wild in the 50th year, that which grows wild in the Yobel, the Jubilee year. Leviticus 25:11. Not to pick grapes that grew wild in the normal manner, in the usual manner, as the 6, we could say, regular years, not in the Shemitah year, or rather not in the sabbatical year, in the 50th year. Leviticus 25:11. Leviticus 25:14 says, here's a positive, right, a positive command here from Leviticus 25:14, to buy and sell according to HaTorah, according to the direction, instruction, according to the covenant-keeping terms and conditions. To buy and sell according to Torah, God's direction, instruction, Leviticus 25:14. Negative command right here, not to overcharge or underpay for an article, for a thing, an article, something. Not to overcharge one and not to underpay for an article, according to Leviticus 25:14. Negative command, not to insult or harm anyone with words. Yes, that's in this Torah reading and feeding. Leviticus 25:17. We'll go over this again just to compare and contrast and read it for ourselves. But not to insult or harm anyone with words. Debarim, words. Word, sound, power. Leviticus 25:17. Negative command here. Not to sell the land in Yisrael. Not to sell any of the promised land indefinitely, according to Leviticus 25:23. Leviticus 25:24 says to carry out the Torot, the direction, instructions of sold family properties. Leviticus 25, verse 24. Here, Leviticus 25:29, to carry out the Torot, the direction, instructions concerning dwelling homes, dwelling houses in walled cities, in cities that have walls, to carry out the Torot, direction, instruction of dwelling houses in walled cities, Leviticus 25:29. Negative command right here, not to sell the fields, but they shall remain the Levites before and after the Yobel, the Jubilee year, according to Leviticus 25:34. Leviticus 25:37, not to lend money with interest, with usury. Not to lend money with usury. Fuller context, not to lend to any fellow Israelite money with interest. Leviticus 25:37. Not to have a Hebrew servant do like menial, demeaning labor. Not to have a Hebrew servant, a fellow Hebrew, a fellow Israelite, do menial, demeaning, or slavery kind of labor. Leviticus 25:39. Not to sell a Hebrew servant, an Israelite, as a slave or as one who is dehumanized as Slavs and slaves were. Leviticus 25, verse 42. Not to work a Hebrew servant, an Israelite, down pressively, wrong them, defraud them. Leviticus 25:43. Of the other nations, and some say this would have applied to the Canaanu, the Canaanite servants, must be kept forever. In other words, there are other servants of other nations, right, who would be kept in perpetuity. Leviticus 25:46. Now, of course, some of these areas, we're going to look at it today, and of course, people may have their feelings and emotions, but I always like to compare. It's the same way as we mentioned even the Commonwealth concerning England. Like when they had what they call the Windrush thing in Jamaica. You know what I mean? Enough of them yardies, they were more than happy to go to the mother country and to serve the mother country and to be loyal to the mother country forever. Well, Canaanite, Canaanu, and other nations who are servants, right, would be in employ in perpetuity. Leviticus 25:46. But the same rule applies not to even demean them as well, as we find in HaTorah. Leviticus 25:53 says not to allow a non-Israelite to work or slave a Hebrew servant or an Israelite servant wrongly, downpressively, according to Leviticus 25:53. And lastly, but not leastly, not to bow down to smooth stone or to an erected stone. Not to bow down to like an obelisk or a smooth stone. Right? Leviticus 26, right, and 1. So here we have, right, we're going to read through it. We have 7 positive, thou shalt do, and 17 negative commandments in this Torah reading and feeding. 7 positive commands. In other words, thou shalt do, what you shall do. And 17, what you shall not do. What you shall not do. Let's ride up right here and go over, since this is a time opportunity that we don't have in so-called usual years where this Torah portion is doubled up. Let us continue right here. Now here we're looking at the TPV, the Torah portion volume 3 right here as a point of reference. So here in the inner biblical, this is something called the inner biblical interpretation. The word in Hebrew for interpretation is targum. The corresponding word in Amharic, Afro-Semitically speaking, is tergum. So here in the inner biblical scriptural interpretation, Leviticus chapter 25. First item right here is Yom HaKippurim. Why is the first item here Yom HaKippurim, which is the Day of the Atonements? Now we make a distinction once again. Other Yehudi, other Jews say and have gotten into the habit of saying Yom Kippur. In studying HaTorah, we the once lost now found Beta Israel of the West, we find that in the Torah it says Yom HaKippurim, not Yom Kippur, right? Yom means day, Kippur of a atonement or a covering. But in Torah it says the day, the Yom. Also, Yom is found in Ge'ez, Ethiopic too. Just a point of order so people can see the oneness here. Yom HaKippurim, the day of the atonements, the day of the coverings. This is like ancient Yisrael's, we could say, the insurance policy. Leviticus chapter 25, the Ivine insurance policy. Leviticus chapter 25, verses 8 to 10. If you notice, mainly here in this Torah reading and feeding, we basically had one chapter. Just to note that here. This is why in regular years they're doubled up. But here in Leviticus chapter 25, verses 8 to 10, this refers to the feast, the festival of Yom HaKippurim. Here it refers to the 6th of the 7 Mo'edei Yahuwah, the Mo'edim, the appointments, right? The feast, the festivals of Hashem, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Baruch Hashem. The festival of Yom HaKippurim, the day of the atonements. Now, in the Hebrew Bible, in the Hebrew, we say scriptures, that some call Tanakh. You like the Tanakh. Well, Tanakh was a Canaanite town. I don't know why you're saying that, y'all. But anyway, in the Hebrew scripture, right, the Hebrew Bible, Yom Kippur, quote, unquote, strong quote, unquote there, is called the Day of the Atonements, or Yom HaKippurim. And now remember, Kippur, Kapar, when we trace it back to the natural type, it goes to that black tar, that pitch, right? That Noah, according to scripture, is said to have used to make the ark, right? The ark of Noah, the Merkabah, right, of Noah, to make it like watertight, so to speak. The boat of Noah, right? So just think about that right there. Right, in light of our black Lord and Savior Yeshua HaMoshiach, that even Kippur, like they say, kapar or kafir, right, goes to a substance that is used for insulation and preservation that is black. I just find that to be very interesting. Think about that. Another word could have been used for atonement, but the word here is HaKippurim, the coverings. But recall that Noah, right, on the outside of the boat, the inside, he put that kapar, that kafar, that covering, that black tar pitch. And also Yokabed, Jah's glory. That was the name of Moshe's mother. Moses, Moshe's mother's, her Hebrew name, Yokabed. And remember the basket, right, that she covered over with tar, right, that black pitch, that kafar, so that the boat in which the little, not boat, but the basket, so to speak, the teba in which she put Moshe would be, what do you call it again? Not airtight, but like watertight, so it will not sink. So think about that aspect, right? From the natural aspect, right? The phi cycle to the meta phi cycle aspect. the Day of the Atonements in Leviticus chapter 25, verse 23, within the Hebrew Scriptures. Also, Yom HaKippurim, the Day of the Atonements, is called a Sabbath of solemn rest, according to many of the translators in their Targum, English Targum. The KJV is the English Targum, right? A Sabbath of solemn rest. But in the Hebrew, it's known as Shabbat, Shabbaton. A Shabbat, a Sabbath of Sabbaths, right? The Shabbat, Shabbaton. We have this in Leviticus chapter 16, verse 31. Also in the Hebrew, in Leviticus chapter 23, verse 32. Interesting, 23:32 is a mirror image right there. But it's also known Yom HaKippurim, the Day of the Coverings, of the Atonement. It's also known as a Mikra Kodesh. Mikra. Now, Kara means to call. Kara means to recite. Kara means to read. Kara means to call. Kara means to recite. Kara means to read. Also, Kara means if you're calling someone, Kara, in the sense you also can be calling them. It specifies in the sense of calling one by name, right? So the Mikra, right, Kodesh, is translated as a holy convocation. Often based on the Hebrew meaning, we bring it out as an out-called, a set-apart, out-called gathering. A set-apart, Kodesh, set apart, to make holy or set apart, and the Mikra, calling out, the convocation sense. So a set-apart, out-called gathering, where ones are being called out. So even in that word there, we have the primary sense in the Brit Chadasha of what is called, according to the translations, as church. So when we hear Stephen in Acts of the Apostles refer to the tabernacle in the wilderness as the church in the wilderness, this also brings out the Hebraic senses of the words that many times get lost in translation. So the Mikra Kodesh. So Yom Kippur is known as Yom HaKippurim in the Hebrew Scriptures, is known as a Shabbat, Shabbaton, a Sabbath of Sabbaths, and is also known as a Mikra Kodesh, Mikra, convocation, outcall, calling, Kodesh, set apart, according to Leviticus chapter 23, verse 27, and Bamidbar, Numbers, the fourth book of Moshe, chapter 29, verse 7. Now, much as Yom HaKippurim, right, on the 10th day of the 7th month, the 7th month that is also referred to now after the Babylonian captivity, is often called by Yehudim as Tishri. But in the Torah, it is mentioned as the 7th month. It precedes Yom HaKippurim, the day of the coverings of the atonements. It precedes the feast, the festival, the Moed of Sukkot, of tabernacles, Sukkot, of booths, of huts, on the 15th day of the 7th month, the 7th moon. We refer to Exodus chapter 12, verses 3 to 6. It speaks of a period of time, an appointed period of time, an observation of time. So we sanctify the time as well, a period of time starting on the 10th, right, on the 10th, right, of the month, right, of Abib. Abib is the first month, the first moon, Abib. We had Pesach, preparatory to the feast, the festival, the appointment of Pesach, of Passover. On the 15th day of the first month, the first moon, that according to Ha-Torah is referred to as Abib. And we went into the etymology there, Ethiopically there, Abib, Abebe. Abebe means to flower, to sprout. Abeba means a flower, as when we say Adis, Abeba, as when also is said Tel Abib. Tel Abib, among the modern Eastern European Ashkenazim, they will say Tel Aviv, Aviv. But if you look in Torah, it says Abib. So we have Abib is the barley. And the root idea in linguistically of Abib, Abebe, right, Abeba, Addis Ababa, has to do with the growing, the sprouting, the blossoming, and it is the barley harvest that grows quickest. The barley harvest grows quickest, and the barley often was used to feed the animals, right? To feed the animals. So even from that right there, with the barley crop being that first crop, because it sprouts up, Abebe, the Abib, Abebe, and it grows so quickly, shows us to care for our animals and the Chayim, the living creatures, right? Even before I and ourselves, to care for the animals, because he provides that food even for the animals before our food grows, because this is why we're counting 7 Shabbats, right? For the fulfillment of the full harvest. And we're commanded not to eat any bread or parched corn until it is all properly grown. So there's an order, a sense of order right here. But what's interesting about the sabbatical, as well as the Jubilee, here in this Torah reading and feeding Behar, right? Behar on the mount, Behar Sinai, is the connection in Leviticus chapter 25, verses 8 to 10. Leviticus chapter 25, verses 8 to 10. Let's bring this out right here. We'll go to the Chumash, right? So some of y'all might be reading the KJV, which is a good starting point. But we have to get to the source code, to the Hebrew. So verses 8 to 10, it says this right here. Leviticus chapter 25, verses 8 to 10. It says, "And thou shalt number 7 Sabbaths of years to thee, 7 times 7 years. And there shall be to thee the days of 7 Sabbaths of years, even 49 years." Verse 9. "Then shalt thou make proclamation with the blast of the horn on the 10th day of the 7th moon of the 7th month. In the day of the atonements shall y'all proclaim, in the Yom HaKippurim shall ye y'all, I and I all proclaim, make proclamation with the horn, right, with the shofar, with the ram's horn throughout all your land." In other words, that's how we would ring the alarm, right, the blast of the ram's horn. Verse 10, "And ye and y'all shall hallow," that means sanctify, set apart, hallow, shall sanctify. Just to bring this out in the Hebrew, Wikidashtem, the ancient Afro-Semitic pointing. Modern Hebrew, they'll say it's something like Vikidashtem. In the ancient pointing, Wikidashtem, Kadash, to holy, to sanctify, set apart. "And y'all shall hallow," or set apart, the 50th year. Wikidashtem 8 Shanat ha-chemishim, the 50th year, and proclaim liberty, throughout the land to all the inhabitants thereof. In a sense, this is where the Gentiles have this whole mythology they have around the Liberty Bell, like ringing the Liberty Bell. From that sense of the Gentiles ringing the bell, they got that, right, from this right here, that blowing of the ram's horn, that proclaiming, what they talk about, proclaiming liberty. So it says, "Wik idashtem eita shanata hachimashima shana ua kiratem deror, freedom, deror, ba'aretz, in the land, likol, to all, yoshbeha, hear that word even from the 24th Psalm, yoshbeha, those who dwell in her. Here it says, ba'aretz likola yoshbeha, in the land for all who dwell, right, who dwell in her, right, Yobel, Jubilee, Yobel he. Now, Yobel is Jubilee, and he is the Hebrew pronoun for she. Yobel he, right, Yobel she, Tihiyeh, she shall be. So the Jubilee is she too. So look at how our ancestors were real mother uckers. All the violation, they overworked the land, right? They didn't keep the Shabbat, right? Especially the Shabbat for the land, the sabbatical land, right? They also, as we have from Jeremiah in the Haftarah of the Jeremiah read, right, as well. I'd like to pick up on that right there so we can connect the dots right here. But here it says, Ba'aret lekola yoshbeha yobela hiya tehiyeh lakem. It shall be a jubilee to you all. It shall be a jubilee to y'all, to all of I and I. Yobel, she shall be a jubilee. Jubilee, she. Yobel, he. Tihiyeh, she shall haya, she shall be, she shall become. Yobel hiya tihiyeh lakem, for all of y'all. This is speaking to y'all in that sense, not to one, but to many. And ye shall return every man to his possession, and ye and y'all shall return every man to his family, with shabtem, and return y'all ish, man, il achuzato, to what he ahaz, to what he hold. Ahaz in the Hebrew like means to seize, to hold, and here in achuzato is his possession. So here where it says, with shabtem, and y'all shall return ish, a man, il to achuzato, to his possession, with ish, and man, il to mishpachto, to his mishpacha, to his family circle, to his familiar relations. With ish illa mishpachto, Tashubu. Y'all shall shubu. Y'all shall return him to his family. So what do we have here, Chabarim? We have 7 Sabbaths of years, from verse 8. 7 cycles of 7 years. So let's pay attention to cycles. I'd like to bring this forward. We know it's at the LOJS.org. Like to find what that document is named. Hopefully we'll be able to share that with the eye on the cycles. I think it's actually named something on the cycles, right? And give thanks, Brother Ariel, right, from Aropa, for that reminder right there. The cycles, speaking about the cycles and the number 7, and number 7 and the cycles. So what we have is cycles within the cycle. In sacred geometry, what we have here is the fractal. Right, and how that fractal, right, from that small pattern, when we reduplicate the pattern, it makes a bigger pattern. So basically what we have here in HaTorah, even in the giving of the direction instruction, is both pi and phi. 7 cycles of 7 years. It is not permissible to observe 7 consecutive years as sabbatical, and the following year as jubilee. Again, it is not permissible to observe 7 consecutive years as sabbatical and the following year as the Yobel. Each sabbatical year must be kept at the proper time, at its proper hour, in its proper season. As we say, in season, out of season, in its proper time. So we have the principle being built up right here, even from the previous Torah reading and feeding, sabbatical studies on the 7. We had 7 weeks, we count, for Shabuot, for harvest, And here there are 7 cycles of 7 years. There shall be, the key word, there shall be, there shall become 49 years. 7 times 7 equals 49. We have the 49 with the 7 Shabbats of weeks, and here we have the 49 with the Jubilee years, right? 49 years. So if the sabbatical years had been neglected, as we clearly see from Jeremiah, right? As we clearly see from Jeremiah in Jeremiah chapter 32, that the sabbatical years, right, were not kept, right? That the Jubilee years were not kept. And of course, enough other things were not kept. And that is what led to the southern kingdom, the Judahite, the tribe of Judah kingdom, and the inhabitants going into captivity in Persia and Babylon for those 70 years, as Jehovah so says, so that the land, so that she, the land, the earth, Mother Earth, so to speak, but that the earth could enjoy her Shabbats. So with the Judahites and the Israelites in Babylon, it came through the prophet Jeremiah that the reason for this is you're in captivity so that the earth can rest and refresh. Very interesting. So here in Jeremiah chapter 32 at verse 23, where it says, and they came in and possessed it. They possessed her. Let's scroll right here. We're in Jeremiah. Here's what the principle says about rightly dividing the word of truth. Here a little, there a little. So we still are in Leviticus chapter 25, but here we're scrolling to the Haftarah. So to reason and connect the dots, right, within the Torah reading and feeding, and how does the prophet reading and feeding illuminate or even give the prophet the prophecy to I and we. So here, where shall we begin? Right here in Jeremiah 32. Let's begin from verse 21, where it says, and speaking to Jehovah, and Jehovah speaking to he who be, this bring forth thy people, Amekah Yisrael, out of the land of Mitzrayim, with signs, and with wonders, and with a strong hand, and with an outstretched arm, and yes, I'm saying yes, and with great terror. Because some Cometics, the Cometics going hard, they're going ham, trying to go ham, salami and bacon, but you don't understand where you're mistaken. So he brought I people out with great terror, with dread, because ones and ones didn't want to let job people go so easily, not even let us go for 3 days to worship, right? And then confiscated all of our goods and all of our things, everything that we had honestly worked for. Anyway, verse 22. And gavest them this land, and gavest Jah people this land. This is Jeremiah chapter 32, we're at verse 22. Which thou didst swear to their fathers to give them, to the Hebrew Trinity, the triunity of patriarchs, to Abraham, to Yitzhak, to Yaakov. This is what it means, that thou, the I, Hashem, did swear to our patriarchs to give a land flowing with milk and honey. Verse 23. And they came in, and Amo Yisrael came into the land, and they possessed it. They possessed her. They possessed her, the land. And they hearkened, they shema'ad not. Lo shama'u. Lo, we say Shema Yisrael. But here, lo shama'u. They did not shama'u. They did not hear. Right? They did not hear. They did not obey. But they what? But they hearken not to thy voice. They hearken not to thy voice. With lo shama'u bi koleka. To call, to the call of ka, to the I voice, bi koleka. They did not hearken, they did not obey to thy voice, neither walked, tried it, walked out, the halakha, walking out, living out in Torateka, bi Torateka, right? Toratika. Now there's an interesting note right here. We look at the Hebrew here in Jeremiah 32 and 23. And there's the Ketib. The Ketib, right, is what is written, right? And what is written is plural concerning in thy law. In thy law. What is written in the Ketib is plural, right? We have U'abit Torotika, according to what is written in the Hebrew glyphs, the Asherit glyphs right here. U'bit Torotika. Now, there's the Kere. The Kere is what is said. So many, when they say it, they will say U'bit Toratika. Toratika is singular, in thy Torah. But what is written is U'abit Torotika, the Torot, which is direction, instruction. So the Ketib, right, the Ketib, what is written is plural. And this expresses Ha-Torah, the direction, instruction, in its many details. In its many details, as we're looking at some of the details here in this Shabbat Behar Sinai. So it says that they came in, Jah people came in, they possessed her, they possessed the land, but they hearkened not, but they didn't shema, they didn't hearken, they didn't obey to Jah's voice. This reminds me of what happened when Hashem spoke the 10 words, the Eseret Debarim. And how the people in Exodus chapter 20, after he spoke the 10 words, how they said to Moshe, hey Moshe, be our mediator. Let Hashem speak to you, because we are afraid to hear his voice. If we hear his voice, we die. So they requested that Moshe be their mediator. So in the same way as they had expressed that they could not hear, they were afraid to hear Jehovah's voice as his voice spoke the 10 words, Behar Sinai. We have here in Jeremiah the prophet, Jeremiah 32, verse 23, after they came in and possessed her, the land. But they hearkened not to thy voice, neither walked in thy directions, instructions. Willo shamu bekoleka, u'abit Rotika Lo Halaku. So when we hear about the halakha, right? The halakha, some say, oh, that's the white Jews thing. No, it's not. Stop that. Stop that. Continue to study and grow, But many of the European and the other Jews, right, in accepting, to whatever extent they have accepted Yehudinet and Judaism to be observant, they have gathered even the ancient writings and they've taken it as their own. This is what we must do with these same writings and study to shew ourselves approved. So here where it says, neither walked, notice the language, neither walked in thy Torah. U'abit Torotika lo halaku. They did not halak it. They didn't walk it out. They heard it. They may have talked about it. But basically, as we would say, they didn't live it. Right? They have done nothing. They have done nothing of all that thou commandest them to do. Therefore, thou hast caused all this evil. Thou hast caused all this evil to do what? Ha-ra'ah. Call ha-ra'ah. Hazot, cause all this evil to befall them, to fall upon them. So just pointing this out right here, one of the primary connections here with this Torah reading and feeding is the business. We're speaking about Jah people's business. Here we're speaking about Jeremiah. Jeremiah is buying a piece of land. And even in his act of buying a piece of land, by what he is doing, he's walking it out, he is working it out, and he's also showing them, as he's revealing to them, the Israelites, the prophecy, that the reason for your captivity is because you'll have harmed and hurt Jah's good land, and you'll also have been unfaithful in the terms and condition of the covenant. So think about this for a moment. Jah says he cares about this land. He cares about the earth, but in particular about a particular land, right? Especially that land between the two rivers, between the river of Egypt, the river of Ethiopia, and the river Euphrates, but in particular here to the land grant that he had given the children of Israel upon their exiting from Mitzrayim, from Egypt. So here, gonna ride up for a little bit more right here, brothers and sisters. But let's touch on this right here for the Sabbath day meditation, meditation. Here in the Royal Amharic, we have Psalm 24 on the Sabbath meditation, aka Africa Flames.
Yes. Rev Tov, good evening. Laila Tov, good night. Boker Tov, good morning. Good day. Have a Yom Tov as well. Shabur Tov, a good beneficial Shabur right here. We fulfill 5 of the weeks, 5 of the Shabbats. This here fulfilling the 6 right here to the feast, the harvest feast, to Chag Shabuot, and touching on the 7 times 7. So that was a little share from the Sefer Chanuk. Sefer HaChanuk. How should we translate that? The book of the Chanuk, like Chanukah, right? And like Chanok, Enoch, means to like be initiated, to study, right? To be initiated. So that was some highlights right there. And for some of the other notes, that's this right here, right? Not this particular book. Let's just do this here so you can see. Right. All right. So part of our thing kind of covers that up. But yeah, that was like a part 1. There's like a part 2 where we continue within the reasoning, some breakdown and build, so we can try to chew chew the cud, you know what I mean? To kind of chew our food, our sabbatical manna, you know what I'm saying? To break it down and to build on it. So that was a Sefer HaChanuk part 1, touching on some of the positive and the negative commands and some of the attention to detail. Now, it's very interesting that here in the season, the counting of the Omer, the counting of the crop, as it were, the counting of the growth from Bikurim, from first fruits that occurs at the first of the 3 times. And then we count up basically to the second of the 3 times in the year. So we have the Passover, unleavened bread, as well as, speaking of bread, unleavened bread, as well as during that time of the unleavened bread, right, a Shabbat will occur, and then the Torah says on the morrow after the Shabbat, the offering of the first fruits, and then from that time, there will be a count for 7 Shabbats, and on the morrow after the 7th Shabbat, there we have the Chag, the feast, Chag, right? Shabuot, weeks. Shavua, a week. Shabuot, weeks. Some say Shavua, a week. Shavuot, weeks. Now, right here, we've crossed over here into the 4th book, right? The 4th book of the Torah, right? The 4th book of Moses, aka the book of Numbers, known in the Hebrew as the Sefer, the book of Sefer Bamidbar, in the wilderness. Now there's some more to touch on, some of the first words after, Leviticus, that's coming forward. Hopefully can get all that, shared here even before the Shabbat. But right here, just to recall where we're at. So here we're at the 3rd day, right? 3rd day of the Shabbat. So we had the 1st and 2nd Aliyot before. Yeah, got to talk on this whole skull thing. Because we're going to share some things that people are going to be like, why all these skulls? What's up with Ras and all these skulls and everything? Well, it's because of this word here. Let's see if we can bring it out in this Torah reading and feeding right here. Right? Pole, right? Let's see if we go pole. Hold on for a moment. Okay, here, let's do this like this. Right? Make this a little teachable moment. All right, so we just put pole. if you say, take a poll, right? Now that we take a poll. Now, it's important to study like the roots and origins of things, to get to the root, the root, because the better the root, the better the fruit. But here we have Exodus chapter 16:16. Let me see if I can see that hidden. Let me see if I can see the hidden word here. Let's look at the notes right here. Okay, for every. You see in the Hebrew here, it says by the pole or the head, the pole, right? Interesting, this word pole, even how it's used nowadays, pole. So let's look at this verse here, 16:16. Little teachable moment, because this is kind of to explain why, we're kind of zooming in on this theme and this idea right here. The theme and idea right here, the idea that is translated into English as skull, right? So here we're picking up with numbers, Bamidbar. Ba in the midbar, right? In the wilderness. So here we have Sefer Bamidbar, right? Bamidbar, right? In the wilderness, Bamidbar, in the wilderness. Yeah, also on the abracadabra, right? Interesting, the word midbar, right? So we're going to unpack that, y'all willing, as well. You hear in midbar, the root of midbar, right, which is translated as wilderness, is dabar as a verb means to speak or to converse. Dabar as a noun means word. Now in the modern Hebrew, it's enunciated in modern Hebrew as davar, right? And davar, right? Davar, like a soft B. A soft B can sound a little, depends on the speaker, like a V sound, but it's dabar. Fully enunciated, dabar. Like we have Evra, I will create. Adabir, I will speak. So some interpret the abra kadabra. Abra, right? I will create, right, that which I speak. So we're going to look into that verse there in Numbers 12 and 13. I looked into it before. I quite didn't see abracadabra like that, but maybe I missed something, right? Maybe I missed something. But right here, let's touch on this right here. So both in the title of this fourth book, right, Midbar, and also the first content here, right, the Golgolet, or Golgotha, what we know as Golgotha, where the crucifixion occurred, where Moshiach hung on the tree of his cross. That's the fuller sense from the true church and the professing church, right? The church of he who had the key of great King David, because some argue off of whether it was a tree or whether it was a cross. Whether it was a tree, it was a cross. You got to put it together, right? He carried the cross beam of wood, and that was nailed to the tree, and there he hung, right? So right here, let's touch on this right here. Right, so two kind of subject matters right here. But first thing here on this word here. Let's first read the verse, right? This is a thing that Yahweh hath commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating. Now, if you don't know, right, so you can now know this area right here in 16:16 is connected with the manna. That's why we say sabbatical manna, the manna, right? Because they said manna, manhu, and manna, man, what, na, please tell me, and man, what, right, who, what is it, what is he, right? That's where we get the term in the later English as manna, from man, like what, ma, right? Or emphatic man, right? What, right? Na, man, na. Please tell me, man, na. Tell me what, right? Tell me like what it is. Man, who? What is it? What is he? Right? So this is about the manna. So the sabbatical manna, right? Approaching the Torah reading and feedings, the the Shabua bread of the Torah reading and feeding, and also taking the the aliyot, the readings, the 7 readings, for the Shabbat, right? A reading a day, right? A aliyah a day, and getting into, what it is. He be who he be, it is what it is, but what is here in this word? This is the dabar right here. Dabar, right? Right? As a noun, word, and as a verb, to speak, to converse, right? And the midbar, the wilderness. So what's the connection between speaking and word and midbar and wilderness? Davar, right? The beginning was the davar, ha dabar was the word, right? So on the word. So let's touch on this right here. So check this out, right? How important this davar, or well, that's dever there. Dever is a little different. Dever. And pointing does matter. Now, I know a lot of ones talk about the paleo, and they get into the fontography, the ancient Hebrew fontography arguments. Fonts, yeah, different fonts, whether it's paleo, whether it's asherit, right? And then they assume what the spirit is. But remember, it's not about the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law. Hey, pause. Can you pause on this one right here? This one on Galal. This is good right here. Galal. Can you pause on that one? Bring it back to Galal for a moment. Give thanks. So words that's based on Galal. Now Galal mean to roll, like to roll or to revolve. Galal, right? Galal. Galil, like Galilee, right? Galil is a circuit, like a circle, like a ring, a cipher, a circle, right? A circuit, right? Galil. Then we have um um Golgotha in the Aramaic inflection, Golgotha, and that was the place of the skull where Yeshua was said to have been crucified on the tree of his cross. Then we have Gulgolet. Gulgolet is skull, right? Then we have Gilgal. Gilgal is a wheel. Wheel it, Gilgal, right? No, Gilgal or rolling. Gilgal, right? Then we have Galgal, also a wheel or rolling circle. It's interesting because they tell us like, oh, ancient people, it took them a while to discover the wheel. You hear that sometimes. I remember that in school, when it was talking about like ancient civilizations and who so-called discovered the wheel first. And I think they even said the Egyptian didn't have the wheel, for a while. I'm like, so this is crazy, right? But Galgal, a wheel, a rolling circle. I mean, even if you look at the sun from an earthly perspective moving across the sky. You know what I mean? It's like a wheel rolling. But be that as it may, a cycle also. Also in some context, like a whirlwind, the whirlwind, how it moves in a galgal, in a circle. So here is some of the words that come from this root word. Now, the word skull, keep that in mind. Golet, and also Golgotha, right? Or Golgotha, right? The place of the skull, Now, why is this important here? You can roll it, let it roll. Just wanted to zoom in on that. So when you see that, that's why, that's important here in this study right here. Manna, right? Manna. What is it? Manhu, right? So Exodus 16:16. This is the thing. Pause. Thing. Dabar. You see Dabar? This is the thing. Now, dabar, as we mentioned, as a noun, dabar as a noun means like speech or word, like word. Like, what's the word? Notice sometimes when people we ask, what's the word? Right? Notice how what's the word is not just like word or one word, but it's like, it's like what the thing is, what the matter is. So even when we say what's the word, right? We didn't say what is the conversation, what is the speaking. No, what's the word? So even in the English sense, right? At least we people, Beta Israel, maybe it's in our spirit, we still speak in that same sense, right? So the bar here is the root word, right, behind the translator's thing. This is the dabar. This is the word, right? What's the word? This is the word, right? What's the word? This is the word, the speaking, the thing, the speech, the saying, the utterance, the word, or in the plural sense, the words. You see, it's like the D entry is how we use it and how the ancient Hebrews also use it. What's the word? What's the business? What's the occupation? What's the acts? What happened? What's the word? Right? What's the matter? What's the word? Right? What's the case? What's the something? Right? What's the something? What's the manner? What's the word? Right? So here it says, this is the word. Right? So when the Israelites asked Moshe, so Moshe, what's the word? Well, this is the word that Yahweh hath commanded. Gather of it, now it's speaking of the manna, gather of it every man, right? Every man according to his eating. And Omer, right? And Omer, right? Now here where it says and Omer, right? Omer, right? The Omer is it both it has twofold. Like when you talk about the Hebrew two truths, you probably heard us speak about that. If you haven't, well, now you heard it, right? The Hebrew two truths, something we call the Hebrew two truths, kind of like the duality, the literal and the figurative sense, right? Or the two application, at least two, right? The twofoldness of the words. Yeah, that's what I wanted to get to right there. The Hebrew thought, as you can see, is in the galal, right? It's in the circle, right? The circle, the cipher. But the twofold is an Omer. We're trying to emphasize that the hard or the guttural, enunciation, because there's Omer to speak, and there's Omer, right? Omer is a dry measure of 1/10, an ephah. Now these are measurements, like there's dry measures, there's liquid measures. Here about 2 liters, right, in today's understanding. Yeah. But here it's used as like sheaf, like a sheaf as well. So the counting of the omers, and so the counting of the omer, the counting of the grain, the wheat, the grain, the crops as they are growing over these 7, right, Shabbats, these 7 weeks, right, basically 50 days till we get to the harvest, right, the first harvest rather, like the harvest. Yeah. So here we have the sheaf. So here it's defining that every man is going to gather according to his okel. Okel. So okel, right, means food. Akal, okel comes from akal. Akal means to eat. It's the verb. Akal, to eat. Right? Akal, okel. Okel, akal. Right? To eat food. Right? To eat the eating. Right? So here an omer, right? So that's that measurement, the dry measurement for every man. So notice right here, you see what it says? For every what? For every man. All right. I remember I was saying that in the Hebrew, there are at least 3 main words, right? There's 4 main words for man. 4 main words. I guess we can add this in, at least according to the translation. In the Hebrew, the word for man, the first word we get is like Adam, right? Then we get Enosh, like Enosh or Enosh, right? Then, no, first we get Adam, then we get Ish. We get Adam, Ish in the order as it appears in Torah. Adam, Ish, right? Enosh. Then we have Geber like a strong man, a mighty man, because Geber implies Gabar implies might or strength, right? Gabar. But here it says here of every man, you see the Ish, right? Of every man, Ish, right? According to his Okel, right? According to his eating, and Omer, right? A measure, right? The measure here is measured at a dry measure of 1/10 of an ephah, right? About 2 liters, right? About 2 liters, right? And Omer for every what? For every Gulgolet. What? For every skull? You mean Golgotha? Golgotha, the Aramaic Gulgolet, Gulgolet, the more of the Hebrew, right? Gulgolet. So Gulgolet is defined. Here we go with the Gulgolet. Gulgolet is defined as BDB, Brown's, Drivers, and Briggs definition as a head, a pole, like a poll tax, like a head tax, but literally it is skull, right? In the first sense, 1A, it's a skull, right? Gulgalet, right? In the secondary sense of it, it's like the head, like a head count or a pole. So you see where it says poll right here, Poll, poll, right? Poll, pause, right? Poll of census, right? Of a census, right? And it's by reduplication, the language is from Galal, Gulgolet. It's like in some words to bring out the sense of it. It's like the word kind of folds over on itself, right? Like really real, really real, like real, for for real. If you say it together, it almost sounds like one word. So this is what happens also to galal. We touched on this here: a rolling, to roll away, roll down, roll together, right? To keep it rolling, to roll literally or figuratively, right? This can mean in translation to commit. Like there's an area of scripture says like to like put your trust in Yahweh, like put your trust in Yahweh. When you look into the script, it's like roll on, like commit yourself to Yahweh, to roll on he who be who he be. It's an interesting sense to roll on Yahweh, to commit yourself, right? In that sense, to trust. Also the sense of trust in translation, but the literal sense is to galal, to roll on, right? How do we roll on he who be who he be, right? So here by reduplication, a skull as round. The implication, so this is not the literal meaning. The word rosh is head, but it's not the literal meaning. But when the word skull, right, is applied, that it's implied a head in the sense of in enumeration, in numbering of persons, right? So by the skull, and just knows how interesting languages and ancient meanings are even across certain languages. Okay, we're gonna take a skull count, right? Skull count. Some people get scared. Skull count. What's gonna happen now? No. Like a head count, right? But here it says an omer for every skull, right? An omer, right? 1/10 of an ephah, 2 liters for every skull, according to the number of your persons. According to the number of the word here in the Hebrew is nefesh, is soul, or the souls, right? According to the number of souls, right? It says, take ye every man, and then goes back to the other man, Ish, right? Ish, right? For them that are in his tent, like those who are his kind of family. So notice the interesting use of skull here. Okay, we just missed that, but notice the interesting use of skull right here, right? So if you're reading the English, you see man, man is 3 times in this verse, right? And so the first man is Ish, right? The second man in this verse, and Omer for every man is skull, right? For every gulgulet, for every skull. And then thirdly, the man there is Ish, right? Just want to point that out. Now the word polluted here that's only English. It's only similar in the English. It's halal, like we say khalila. God forbid. It's blasphemy. Like khalila, right? From halal, to pollute, to desecrate, right? Or literally like to puncture, to poke holes in it, to puncture, to bore, right? That's not the word right there. No, we're not going to that right here. Then over here, where's the word hidden here? Where's the word hidden here? We don't see Paul, but here the search sees it, right? Every man. So when it says right here, a Becca, this is also another head count, another census. You might have heard that one is not to take a census of Israel, right? Israel was not to take a census. When David did it, right, there was a problem. There was a consequence, a plague. Somebody would have to die. You know what I mean? For that, right? Was it because he took account, or was it how he took account, right? Because we do have census here, even in the wilderness narrative. So here, Exodus 38:26, a Becca. Now, Becca, right? The Becca is like a half shekel, basically. So this is measures, weights and measures for every man, for every what? For every gulgulet, right? So to explain this simply is that instead of literally counting Israel, right, like we have with the shekels, they had to give a half shekel. So how they know how many Israelites there were? Because they counted you, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, is because of the offering that was offered. Based on the offering that was offered, right? Doing the math, one determines how many ones had offered, right? So if it's a half shekel, right, and they get 30,000 shekels, you can do the math. If it's a half shekel, how many people were counted? Check right there. But here it says, this is why it says a bekah for every skull, right? A bekah for every skull, right? That is half a shekel after the shekel, which is like the weight of the sanctuary, for every one that went to be what? Numbered. So there is a numbering accounting, but it's how Yisrael is counted, right? So that redemption money, the silver, the shekel, based on the weight after the full, the full giving, from counting the weight and doing the math, one divided how many basically. So numbered from 20 years old and upward for 600,000 and 3,550. This is how they determine it, based on how much was collected or how much was given, right? So here we come to where we're at right here in Numbers, right? In Numbers. So in Numbers, this count is who are going to be the fighters, right? Who are going to be the fighters to inherit the land, to get the land, right? Who is going to be the, we can say, the warriors, right? The soldiers, right, from the 12 tribes, right? Numbers chapter 1 verse 2, it says, take ye all the sum. So let's look at the word sum. Notice the word here is rosh, rosh. Rosh corresponds to the Amharic ras, right? To the Ge'ez re'is, to the Arabic rais, right? So here we have rosh, rosh, right? It's the head, rosh. But it also can have other applications. So of a man, the rosh is his head. Of an animal, is his head, right? Of a mountain, the rosh is the top, the tip of the mountain. Rosh is applied to the stars, right? The height of stars, the head of stars, right? A chief man, a head man of a city, like we say a ras, right? A rosh, right? A man can be that, a city can be the chief city, a place, a family, priest, right? The head can be the front, the beginning, as we have in the first book of Moshe, Bereshith, Bereshith. But the thing about Reshith is the feminine form of head. Rosh, the masculine, Reshith, the feminine. Bereshith. In the female head, well, thanks to Solomon, King Solomon, I think it's chapter 4, around about verse 7 of Proverbs, he explains that wisdom, Chokmah, right? Wisdom, right? The Hebrew Sophia or Chokmah, wisdom, she is the beginning, right? So therefore, he gives the key to understanding Bereshith. So Bereshith, we often translate as in the beginning, but it's not Bareshith, properly pointed, but Bereshith. In, right, Reshith, in Chokmah, in wisdom, did Elohim, the powers, he, right? The powers are he. So the powers is plural, but he is singular, created the heavens and the earth, right? So there. But now here the H entry is sum. So the head will be the sum, right? The sum, right? But just from kind of looking at the English, we wouldn't get it. We just think, okay, take the sum. But literally it's take the head, take the head. But really, literally, it is lift up the head. Su, right? From Nasa, right? Nasa, he lifted up. Seu. Oh, y'all lift up. Seu, take, lift up, y'all. Seu, right? If you're speaking to a group of men, Seu, y'all lift this up, right? Speaking to a singular man, sa, lift up, right? So here, lift up the sum of the congregation. So here we have the Ada, the congregation, the Ada, the gathering. We looked at this word from its root, right? Aid means witness. So those who come together, the witness of people, right? The witness, right? The princes of Israel, those who come forward, right? To witness of the sons of Israel after their what? Mishpachot, mishpacha, their family circle, right? By the house of their fathers, right? Actually, the word house of their fathers in the Hebrew is really the proper word for family, yet the word mishpacha actually is circle of relatives. It's a circle of relatives, mishpacha, right? By the house of their fathers, their Beit Avot, right? Beit, house of a Ab, house of a father, with the number, right, of names, the number of the Shemot, Shem, singular, Shemot. Remember that the second book of Moshe, from a Hebrew perspective, right, is called the book of names, the book of Shemot. By the number of names, right, every male, now here it says specifying that's not of everyone, but it's of every male, every what? Every Zakar. So Zakar, right? Now Zakar is like the bar in other Hebrew words. But for example, Zakar, right, as a, you can say as a noun, right? Is a noun adjective. Well, they don't put the part of speech, but used as a noun, right? Or adjectival noun basically means, right, male. But zakar, if we look at zakar as a verb, there's zakar as a verb. Zakar, when used as a verb, means to remember, to recall, to call to mind, right? We say, no, nah, go forget. Nah, go faggot. No, nah, go forget. There we go. Nah, go forget. You know what I'm saying? To brought to mind. Now, it's an interesting sense right there. We can reason on that, right? To mark, to be recognized, to remember, by implication, to mention, right? When used as a denominative, right? Like as a noun, to be male or male, zakar, also is used in the sense of to burn Ishans, right? Zakar. Very interesting. But it says every male, every zakar, by their poles, by their gulgolet. So it's because of seeing this right here, we thought it interesting. And then we started to think, say, why in military senses, right? In certain military, ancient and modern senses, right? And many men who have served in military or, something similar to it. Sometimes the skull is a symbol. Ain't that true? Sometimes the skull is a symbol in some military orders. You know what I mean? They have the skull as their symbol, right? Because here is where we can say the Israelite military, a standing army, or army that can quickly be brought to standing, right, and into action, is being numbered, right, in the book of Numbers right here. And it says every male, right, by their skull, right, every male by their skull, right. Now remember that before this, we already had another poll, right? We already had another poll over here in Exodus 38, right, or in Exodus 38. And the qualification for this, as we get into more detail right here, it says in verse 3, from 20 years old and upward. Did you catch that? Let's go over here. Let's go back to the second book. Now notice the second book we call Exodus, in Hebrew is Shemot. Shemot. And here in the Hebrew, when it says by names, it's also speaking of Shemot. So over here, where it says right here, it says with the number of their names, of their Shemot, right? Now, you won't get this from the English because you see numbers as numbers and Exodus as Exodus. But in the inner narrative from the Hebrew perspective, Shemot, right, is linked with numbers, as we have right here in this verse. So notice in verse 3, it says 20 years and upward, right? Over here, it says a becca for every man, right? Half a shekel after the shekel of the sanctuary, from everyone that went to be what? Numbered, right? To be pakad, right? To number, right? Also sense of to number or reckoned, from 20 years old and what upward? From what? 20 years old and upward. Then we go over here in Numbers, right? And go to this verse and see the similarity of language, right? From 20 years old and upward, right? And the qualification is all that are able to go forth, right? So if one is like disabled and not able to go forth, let me share that right there. They say here, it says the soul is called Galita, right? Yeah, so here we focus on the serving, right? The serving men. You know what I mean? The serving men, because that's the theme here in Numbers, right? All that are able to go forth to what? to war, right? All that are able to go forth to the Sabah, Saba'ah. We have Sabaoth, Yahweh, Sabaoth, right? Translated as often as Lord of hosts, right? Lord of hosts, Lord of armies, Lord of that which goes forth, right? Whether it's an army, it's a war, it's a warfare or host, an army, host, a host, as in organized army. The host, this word also applies to the host of the angels, This word Sabah also applies to the sun, the moon, and the stars. You know, when we do the Shabbat, the word for the Shabbat time, right? The reminder of the reason for the Shabbat as a memorial of creation, of the creation. We go to Genesis chapter 2, and we read the Vaikulu, wa yikulu, and when it says, and they were finished, what was finished? All the hosts, right? And the hosts of the sun, the moon, the stars, the creation, the creatures, the fourth entry there, the whole creation. So the word Sabah, it applies to the hosts as we have here, the army, the fighting men, the serving men of Israel, right? The organized army, right? Also to the hosts of heaven, right? You could say the angels, right? As the angels in heaven and the angels, the messengers on earth, right? Also of the sun, the moon, and the stars, where we have it in Genesis chapter 2, right? Chapter 2, from verse 1 to roughly about verse 5 or 6 or so, right? Which is read for the Shabbat time, when Elohim completed the creation and all of the hosts. So the hosts of sun, moon, and stars, and of the whole creation is hosts. The B entry of Sabah, right, more specifically, more pointedly, is to war and warfare. But war and warfare is an application of the organized campaign, right? The service, right? To go out to war, right? But the general sense of Sabah is service. As we pointed to before, right here, the Strong's definition brings out a mass, right? Massive, right? All massive and crew, all hosts, all massive and crew. Hail up all massive and crew, right? The mass of persons, right? Or figuratively of things, especially in the context here, right? Of a regularly organized, right? And the context here is for war, right? For war, an army. The implication of this is a campaign. So we have a campaign and we're organizing this campaign. You know what I'm saying? Then it's also a host, literally or figuratively. The two truths there, literally, right? Or figuratively. Specifically, hardship, worship, right? Worship. Notice that there, worship. Because what's interesting is that even Aaron and the Levites, they're a host too. They're hosts too, but they are separate from the 12. So we have the 12 here, and then we have Levi here. So Levi's service is the holy place, but a rank and file Israelites' service at this point in the narrative is to prepare, to prep for the war, prep for the conquest of the land of Canaan. That's where we're at here in the narrative right here, right? And then it says right here, just to complete this part here for getting into their names, it says, and with you there shall be a man of every tribe, every one head of the house of fathers, head of the house of fathers. So right here, let's pick up just with a review and touch on day 3 right here, Shema Yisrael.
The fourth book of Moses, called Numbers, chapter 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses in the wilderness of Sinai in the tabernacle of the congregation, on the first day of the 2nd month, in the 2nd year after they were come out of the land of Egypt, saying, Take ye the sum of all the congregation of the children of Israel, after their families, by the house of their fathers, with the number of their names, every male by their polls. From 20 years old and upward, all that are able to go forth to war in Israel. Thou and Aaron shall number them by their arms. And with you there shall be a man of every tribe, every one head of the house of his father. And these are the names of the men that shall stand with you. Of the tribe of Reuben, Elizur the son of Shedeur. Of Simeon, Shelumiel the son of Zurishaddai. Of Judah, Nahshon the son of Aminadab. Of Issachar, Nethaneel the son of Zuar. Of Zebulun, Eliab the son of Helon. Of the children of Joseph, of Ephraim, Elishama the son of Ammihud. Of Manasseh, Gamaliel the son of Pedazah. Of Benjamin, Abidan the son of Gideoni. Of Dan, Ahiezer the son of Ammishaddai. Of Asher, Pagiel the son of Ochran. Of Gad, Eliasaph the son of Buel. Of Naphtali, Ahira the son of Enan. These were the renowned of the congregation, princes of the tribes of their fathers, heads of thousands in Israel. And Moses and Aaron took these men which are expressed by their names, and they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the second month, and they declared their pedigrees after their families by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, by their polls. As the Lord commanded Moses, so he numbered them in the wilderness of Sinai. And the children of Reuben, Israel's eldest son, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, by their polls, every male from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Reuben, were 46,500. Of the children of Simeon, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, those that were numbered of them, according to the number of the names, by their polls, every male from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war. Those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Simeon, were 59,300. Of the children of Gad, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war, those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Gad, were 45,650. Of the children of Judah, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war, those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Judah, were 314,600. Of the children of Issachar, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war, those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Issachar, were 54,400. Of the children of Zebulun, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war, those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Zebulun, were 57,400. Of the children of Joseph, namely of the children of Ephraim, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war, those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Ephraim, were 40,500. Of the children of Manasseh, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war, those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Manasseh, were 32,200. Of the children of Benjamin, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war, those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Benjamin, were 35,400. Of the children of Dan, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war, those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Dan, were 302,700. Of the children of Asher, by their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war, those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Asher, were 41,500. Of the children of Naphtali, throughout their generations, after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the numbers of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war, those that were numbered of them, even of the tribe of Naphtali, were 53,400. These are those that were numbered, which Moses and Aaron numbered, and the princes of Israel, being 12 men. Each one was for the house of his fathers. So were all those that were numbered of the children of Israel by the house of their fathers from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war in Israel. Even all they that were numbered were 600,003,550. But the Levites after the tribe of their fathers were not numbered among them. For the Lord had spoken unto Moses, saying, Only thou shalt not number the tribe of Levi, neither take the sum of them among the children of Israel. But thou shalt appoint the Levites over the tabernacle of testimony, and over all the vessels thereof, and over all things that belong to it. They shall bear the tabernacle and all the vessels thereof, and they shall minister unto it, and shall encamp round about the tabernacle. And when the tabernacle setteth forward, the Levites shall take it down, and when the tabernacle is to be pitched, the Levites shall set it up. And the stranger that cometh nigh shall be put to death. And the children of Israel shall pitch their tents, every man by his own camp, and every man by his own standard, throughout their hosts. But the Levites shall pitch round about the tabernacle of testimony, that there be no wrath upon the congregation of the children of Israel. And the Levites shall keep the charge of the tabernacle of testimony. And the children of Israel did according to all that the Lord commanded Moses. So did they, 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 so did they.
Lion of Judah Society.
Okay.
Chapter 2. And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, Every man of the children of Israel shall pitch by his own standard with the ensign of their father's house. Far off about the tabernacle of the congregation shall they pitch. And on the east side, toward the rising of the sun, shall they of the standard of the camp of Judah pitch throughout their armies. And Nahshon the son of Amminadab shall be captain of the children of Judah. And his host and those that were numbered of them were 14,600. And those that do pitch next unto him shall be the tribe of Issachar. And Nethaneel the son of Zuar shall be captain of the children of Issachar. And his host and those that were numbered thereof were 54,400. Then the tribe of Zebulun, and Eliab the son of Helon shall be captain of the children of Zebulun. And his host and those that were numbered thereof were 57,400. All that were numbered in the camp of Judah were 100,000, and 80,000, and 6,400 throughout their armies. These shall first set forth. On the south side shall be the standard of the camp of Reuben, according to their armies. And the captain of the children of Reuben shall be Elizur the son of Shedeur. And his host and those that were numbered thereof were 46,500. And those which pitched by him shall be the tribe of Simeon. And the captain of the children of Simeon shall be Shelumiel the son of Zurishaddai. And his host and those that were numbered of them were 59,300. Then the tribe of Gad. And the captain of the sons of Gad shall be Eliasaph the son of Reuel. And his host and those that were numbered of them were 45,650. All that were numbered in the camp of Reuben were 100,000, and 50, and 1,450 throughout their armies. And they shall set forth in the second rank. Then the tabernacle of the congregation shall set forward with the camp of the Levites in the midst of the camp. As they encamp, so shall they set forward, every man in his place by their standards. On the west side shall be the standard of the camp of Ephraim, according to their armies. And the captain of the sons of Ephraim shall be Elishama the son of Ammihud. And his host and those that were numbered of them were 40,500. And by him shall be the tribe of Manasseh. And the captain of the children of Manasseh shall be Gamaliel the son of Pedazur. And his host and those that were numbered of them were 32,200. Then the tribe of Benjamin. And the captain of the sons of Benjamin shall be Abidan the son of Gideoni. And his host and those that were numbered of them were 35,400. All that were numbered of the camp of Ephraim were 100,000, and 8,000, and 100 throughout their armies. And they shall go forward in the third rank. The standard of the camp of Dan shall be on the north side by their armies. And the captain of the children of Dan shall be Ahiezer the son of Ammishaddai. And his host and those that were numbered of them were 62,700. And those that encamp by him shall be the tribe of Asher. And the captain of the children of Asher shall be Pagiel the son of Ochran. And his host and those that were numbered of them were 41,500. Then the tribe of Naphtali. And the captain of the children of Naphtali shall be Ahira the son of Enan. And his host and those that were numbered of them were 53,400. All they that were numbered in the camp of Dan were 100,000, and 50, and 7,600. They shall go hindmost with their standards. These are those which were numbered of the children of Israel by the house of their fathers. All those that were numbered of the camps throughout their host were 600,000, and 3,550. But the Levites were not numbered among the children of Israel, as the Lord commanded Moses. And the children of Israel did according to all that the Lord commanded Moses. So they pitched by their standards, and so they set forward, every one after their families, according to the house of their fathers.
Lion of Judah Society.
Yes, yes, yes. Look at the first and second chapters right there. They're there. Here. New book. Chazak, Onit Chazek. Be strong, be strong. Be encouraged, be encouraged. Make I and I encourage one another. Brothers and sisters and brothers. So right here, Bamidbar. Here we're in Bamidbar, in the wilderness, the wilderness. So here, this Torah reading and feeding, here we begin the fourth book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is known as the Sefer Bamidbar, the book in the wilderness, So here we pick up Numbers chapter 1, verse 1, right? Full of full. Numbers chapter 1 to chapter 4, verse 20 right here. So far, the first reading, Numbers chapter 1, verses 1 to 19. Then we had the second reading, right? Same chapter, Numbers chapter 1, verse 20, right? To verse 54. And here for the third reading, a reading a day, an aliyah a day, seven readings for the Torah portion, reading and feedings divided into 7 readings right here. And on the Shabbat day, there are 7 aliyot, 7 readers, potentially 7 readers, but basically 7 readings for the Shabbat day. So here in the Shabua, studying it a reading a day, an aliyah a day. So here we're at the third reading right here at the lojs.org. We have this linked here with a pretty good Wikipedia kind of compilation page. Definitely helps us to sharpen our tools. We see what they say there, and then we go and we study and see if we find it, right and accurate, study to show ourselves approved. Here we have the third reading, Numbers chapter 2, verse 1. Let's see if you can see this right here. Based on what's written, right? We have a kind of a general kind of an overview. Let's see if we can bring that in right around there, right? The encampment, right, of the Israelites, right, with the tabernacle. You see the tabernacle, right, which is in the center right there, and the 12 tribes, right? The 12 tribes. So that's why we say 13 right there, because you see the 12 tribes are 3 on each side, from the east, right? The east, the north, the west, the south, right? And then in the midst, we have the tribe of Levi. Remember in the audible right there that Levi would not be in that count, right? The tribe of Levi, right? So in a sense, we have 2 sets of hosts right here. We have the hosts of the rank and file Israelites, the Tzavah, and then we have the Tzavah, the hosts, the service, organized service of the Levites, right, including the Kohanim, right, the Levites, including the Kohanim. Now, let's note that with the priests, we have the sons of Aaron, and then we have the 3 other clans, Merari, Gershon, and Kohath, of the Levites right there. So in the third reading, right, Yahweh told Moshe that the Israelites were to encamp by tribe as follows. So even how they were to encamp, how they were to situate, how they were to camp, right, is specified. Around the tabernacle, right, around the tabernacle, the tent, the tabernacle from Leviticus, well, actually from Exodus, the second half of Exodus basically concerns the tabernacle, the construction, the giving, the offerings, the pattern, the construction of the tabernacle. We come to Leviticus. The tabernacle is erected, but because of the glory, the cloud and the glory, Moshe cannot enter. Yahweh calls out, Wa Yikra, Wa and Yikra. He calls out to Moshe, and that's the name of the second book from the Hebrew. The third book from the Hebrew perspective, Leviticus, is Wayikra, and he called. So the Levites are to position themselves around the tabernacle, right? On the front side is the east side. Also, let's look at this here, and let's see if you can see this right here. Notice the orientation, right? Notice the orientation. The orientation, whenever the tabernacle was set up, it was always a east, right? The Kedem, right, to the Ma'arab, right? The east to west orientation, right? And the ark, right, was always to be on the western side, right, of the tabernacle. We would enter in from the east. So actually, according to study of the tabernacle and with the Israelites, with Yahweh going through the wilderness, and even when they set up the tabernacle in the land, and even when the temple was set up, it was always to maintain this particular orientation, right? So here we see like the true cross right here, the four cardinal directions. So the east, entering in through the east. So you see where Judah is? Where Judah is, right, is where everyone would enter into there was only one entrance into the courtyard, right, into the tabernacle courtyard. And that was basically where the tribe of Judah is. So entering into, right, the tabernacle from the east and in worship, right, facing west. So entering in through the east, right, and worship facing west. When you understand that, then in the prophet, when there are other priests, I think it's Ezekiel, right, who are being censured and kind of arraigned and cited for their abomination, and Yahweh says they have turned their backs to me and not their face, because they were worshiping towards the east. Check it out. They were worshiping towards the east. So if you're in the tabernacle and you're looking east in worship, right, then that means your back is to the ark, your back is to the tabernacle, your back is to Yahweh, is to his presence, right, where he would speak, his oracle, right, which is in the west. Just an interesting, orientation, right? And then also you'll notice it was on the north side based on Leviticus, right, the north side of the tabernacle, right, courtyard, where the sacrifices would be slain. And it was said that later on, right, in tabernacle like worship, where the Levites would also partake. Some say in song or in certain chants, they would be on the south side, right, the south side, right around the area over here. This is like the entrance here. This is where everything basically takes place, right? Where it says priest, there you would have the brazen altar. Then right before the tabernacle, you have the laver, but only the priest could enter into the tabernacle, right? So just that orientation, just to get an orientation there is very important. In fact, the orientation explains everything. In fact, when we said that in the prophets, it was talking about how many of the priests had turned their backs. They were worshiping the sun. So that means that the sun, the solar sun, the creation, the creature, right, that Yahweh created, right, through the sun, through His word, His debar, right. They were worshiping, they were facing the sun, right. But that means that in worship, right, according to the tabernacle pattern, right, the sun will be at our back, right. When we are worshiping, the sun will be at our back, right, basically, and therefore they'll be facing towards the west. I just thought that was so very interesting. Now, when it says look to the east, there's a reason why it says look to the east. Look to the east, right? Look to the east for the prince, i.e., the Messiah, to come to his tabernacle. So if you're looking to the east, you'll be looking to see who is coming in to the courts, who is entering into the courts. That's the point of looking to the east. It didn't say pray to the east. It said look to the east, right? And it said look to the east specifically concerning a prophecy concerning the prince, the Messiah, right, coming to his tabernacle, right? In other words, like who is coming in? Look who's coming into the room. Look who's coming into the court. It's the prince. It's the Messiah, right? Right? And even when the prince Messiah come in, we still look to the west because the ark, where the ark is, right? So the orientation is very, 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 very important, right? Because that means wherever the camp was set up, it was to maintain this orientation. And when the temple was set up in later times, also maintaining this orientation, right? That east to west orientation, right? So over here, right, we have on the front side, right, there'll be three tribes. On the east side, right, east side, right, will be Yehuda, Judah, Issachar, right, and Zebulun, right. On the south side, right, the south side will be Reuben, Shimon, Simeon, and Gad, right, and Gad, or as they say in the later English, Gad, right, and Gad. And on the west side, right, will be Ephraim, Manasseh, and Benjamin, and Benjamin. And on the north side, right, will be Dan, right, Asher, and Naphtali. So let's say we got 3, 6, right, 9, 12, and then we have Levi. So you get it? 13 tribes. So here, this Torah reading and feeding here, right? And for this third day, the third reading right here, Shema Yisrael.
Lion of Judah Society.
And here for the Shalishi, the third Aliyah offering up for this Shabbat Bamidbar, for this Senbet Midre Beda, this Sabbath in the wilderness. Why daber Yahweh el Moshe with el Aharon Leimor. Here for the third Aliyah, third offering up, Anaphora, fourth book of Moshe, Hebrew book of Numbers chapter 2. Numbers chapter 2, the order of the host. The second item, arrangement of the camp, here for the Shalishi, Aliyah. And the Yahweh spake to Moshe and to Aharon, saying, every man of the children of Yisrael shall pitch by his own standard, with the ensign of their father's house, their father's bait, far off about the tabernacle of the congregation, the aggregation, shall they pitch. And on the east side, toward the rising of the sun, shall they of the standard of the camp of Yehuda, Judah, pitch throughout their armies. And Nahashon, the son of Aminadab, shall be captain of the Bnai Yehuda, the children, the sons of Judah. And his hosts and those that were numbered of them were 314,600. And those that do pitch next to him shall be the tribe of Issachar, and Nathaniel, the son of Zuar, shall be captain of the Benaiah Issachar, the sons, children of Issachar. And his hosts and those that were numbered thereof were 54,400. Then the tribe of Zebulun, and Eliab, the son of Helon, shall be captain of the children, the Benai Zebulun, the sons of Zebulun, and his hosts, and those that were numbered thereof were 57,400. All that were numbered in the camp of Yehuda were 100,000 and 400,000 and 6,400 throughout the armies. These shall first set forward. On the south side shall be the standard of the camp of Reuben according to their armies. And the captain of the children of Reuben shall be Elizur, the son of Shedeur. And his hosts and those that were numbered thereof were 46,500. And those which pitch by him shall be the tribe of Simeon. And the captain of the Benai Simeon shall be Shalumiel, the son of Zori Shaddai, and his host and those that were numbered of them were 59,300. Then the tribe of Gad, and the captain of the Benai Gad, the sons of Gad, shall be Eli Asaph, the son of Reuel, and his hosts and those that were numbered of them were 45,650. All that were numbered in the camp of Reuben were 100,050 and 1,450 throughout their armies, and they shall set forward in the second rank. Then the tabernacle, verse 17, then the tabernacle of the congregation shall set forward with the camp of Halloween, the Levites, the Lewawian, in the midst of the camp. As they encamp, so shall they set forward, every man in his place by their standards. On the west side shall be the standard of the camp of Ephraim, according to their armies. And the captain of the sons of Ephraim shall be Elishama, the son of Amihud, and his hosts and those that were numbered of them were 40,500. And by him shall be the tribe of Manasseh. And the captain of the Benai Manasseh, the children, the sons of Manasseh, shall be Gamaliel, the son of Pedahzor. And his hosts and those that were numbered of them were 32,200. Then the tribe of Benjamin, and the captain of the Benai Benjamin, the sons of Benjamin, shall be Abidan, the son of Gideoni. And his hosts and those that were numbered of them were 35,400. All that were numbered of the camp of Ephraim were 100,000 and 8,100 throughout their armies. And they shall go forward in the third rank. The standard of the camp of Dan shall be on the north side by their armies, and the captain of the Benai Dan, the sons of Dan, the children of Dan, shall be Ahiezer, the son of Ammishaddai, and his hosts and those that were numbered of them were 62,700, and those that encamp by him shall be the tribe of Asher, and the captain of the Benai Asher, the children of Asher, shall be Pagiel, the son of Okran, and his hosts and those that were numbered of them were 41,500. Then the tribe of Naphtali, and the captain of the Benai Naphtali, the children of Naphtali, shall be Ahira, the son of Enan, and his hosts and those that were numbered of them were 53,400. All they that were numbered in the camp of Dan were 100,050 and 7,600. They shall go hindmost with their standards. These are those that were numbered of the Benai Yisrael, the children of Yisrael, by the Beit, the house of their fathers, their patriarchs. All those that were numbered of the camps throughout their hosts were 600,000 and 3,550. But, however, Halloween, the Levites, the Lewawian, were not numbered among the Benai Yisrael, among the sons, the children of Yisrael, as Jehovah commanded Moses. And the Benai Yisrael, the children of Israel, did according to all that the Yahweh commanded Moshe. So they pitched by their standards, and so they set forward everyone after their families, according to the Beit, the house of their fathers, their patriarch.
These are those that were numbered, which Moses and Aaron numbered, and the princes of Israel, being 12 men. Each one was for the house of his fathers. Each one was for the house of his fathers, 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 for the house of his fathers. So were all those that were numbered of the children of Israel by the house of their fathers from 20 years old and upward, all that were able to go forth to war in Israel, 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 with all that were able to go forth to war and go forth to war in Israel, forth to war in Israel, forth to war in Israel, with all that were able to go forth to war and go forth to war in Israel, 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 to war war in Israel, 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 war in Israel.
All that were able to go forth to war in Israel. So here, Numbers chapter 2, here, third reading here for the third day study right here, the third reading of this Torah portion here as we pick up with the fourth book, Bamidbar. So here we have the order of the 12 tribes in the camp, and also when they would break camp. You know something interesting right there? It went from the east, right, from the east to the south, yeah, and then the Levites, and then to the west, the camps on the west, and then the north, and then Don and his camp would be at the rear when they would go through the march right there, right, and also that Levi, the tribe of Levi, right, was not, the sons of Levi were not in the numbering, right? They were like numbered separately, right? Because there's separate service right there, right? So here we have the order of the 12 tribes in the camp and on the march. Here, Numbers chapter 2, verse 1 and verse 2. So just briefly here, the 12 tribes were to encamp each one by his standard, by the signs of their fathers' houses, or the bait, right? Bait, bait ab, right? In the singular, bait, house of ab, father, right? Opposite to the tabernacle at some distance, roundabout, and according to the more precise directions that are given afterward, in such order that on every side of the tabernacle, right, we have three tribes were encamped side by side and united under one banner. So that the 12 tribes, they formed four large camps or divisions of an army, four large camps or divisions of an army. Now, between these camps and the court, right, and the court surrounding the tabernacle, right, the three leading mishpachot. So we have the mishpacha, like a family circle, right, a circle of relatives, relations, right. So the mishpachot, right, when we say families or family circles of the Levites, were to be encamped on three sides. And Moshe and Aharon with the sons of Aaron, who are the priests. So take note that the sons of Aaron are Ha-Kohanim, are the priests, upon the fourth, right? The fourth side. So we have the three other tribes, well, not tribes, Slika. We have the three other camps, right, that are in the tribe, clans, rather, clans. Mishpachot sometimes is brought out as clans. The clans that are in, let's go over here again to the third reading, and that there we go right there. This can be helpful. This can be useful right here, just to get a kind of a visual, right? A visual of what's going on right here. So the east, when it would break camp, it'll be the east. Judah would break camp first, then it'd be Reuben, right? Then it would be the Levites. And you see in the center of the Levites around the tabernacle, there's Merari. So the Mishpachot, the clans, as it's often translated, the clans will be Merari, Gershon, Kohath on those three sides, and then the Kohanim. So when you see priests there, that is speaking of the sons, Aaron and sons, the sons of Aaron, right, upon the fourth side. Now, the front or the eastern side before the entrance. So we have the front, right, which is the eastern side. That's before the entrance. Now, this is coming up in the Numbers chapter 3, when we get to chapter 3, verses 21 to 38. Now, here you'll see the Hebrew word right here. I can't make that larger, but the degel. So we have the degel here, right? The degel. Let's do this right here. Actually, we should go back in this right here, and let's bring this up here, right? And this is this verse here, right? The degel. So talking about army right here, moving through the desert. You know what I mean? An army moving through the desert. So it says, every man of the Bnei Yisrael shall pitch by his own standard with the ensign of their father's house, right? The ensign of their father's house. So every man, every ish, right? Each man, right, of the Bnei Yisrael shall pitch. So the Chana is like to encamp, right? Chana has a sense of encamp, right? By his own standard. So here we have the Degel, right? There we go, Degel is a banner, a standard, Degel, right? Degel, a banner or standard, right? Coming from Dagal, right? To look, to behold, to look at something conspicuous, right? Something like seen. Or the secondary sense, to carry a banner, a standard, right? To set up a banner or standard, right? The Kal, the simple, right, of it is to set up a standard, like in battle, right? The Nephil, right, more emphatic sense is to be supplied with banners, right? Supplied with banners. So armies, they be marching with their banners, right? So the primitive root is to flaunt, flounce. You know, you flounce something, like show it in somebody's face. You know what I mean? To raise a flag. And the figure of speech is to be conspicuous. So you see that flag there, you know, okay, that's them there, right? The banners, right? So we have the banners, the dega, right? So the standard is the dega, right? Which is like a flag. Check it. So the dega is like a flag, right? And the flag is like to be shown and to be waved, right? With the ensign. Now notice this here with the what? With the oat. Oat, there it is. Oat. Oat in Hebrew, right? Oat in Hebrew means a sign, a signal, right? A sign and a signal, right? A sign, some sort of a sign. It could be a symbol, you know what I mean? Figurative, some distinguishing mark, right? That would be placed on their flag, right? Their banner. That would be a remembrance. When you see this, you know, okay, that's that unit there. You know, that's that squad there. That's that army there. You know, miraculous sign. This word also can be used, you know, in other, like when the Exodus went on, or before the Exodus occurred, but the judgment, there was the otot, the signs that Yahweh showed, the otot, the omens, the warning, right? I guess the sign can also symbolize that, you know what I mean, as well. The token, the ensign, the standard. This word can be used as a miracle or proof, right? So the oat come from the sense of appearing, right? Oat, right? The sense of appearing, a signal, right? Literally a sign. Look at that. Look how words are: sign and then signal, sign and then signal. Literally, right? Literally a sign, or even it can be used in the Hebrew in a figurative sense, right? Such as the flag. You know, the symbols on the flag, right? It can be a beacon, a monument, an omen, a prodigy, or evidence. This word usually, oat, is usually translated in the King James Version of the Bible as either as a mark, oat, as a miracle, right? Oat as a sign, sometimes translated as sign, oat, or then they add the in sign, oat, or as a token. So here it's telling us that every man, right, of the Bnei Yisrael shall pitch by his own standard, right? His own flag with the ensign, with the sign, right? With the sign, right? With the sign of their father's house, right? Of their Beit Ab, right? The house, the Beit of Ab, of their father, of their patriarch. Far off. Now, here it implies far off. Now, this is, I would have expected to see the word by saying far off, rachok, like, which is rachok is like far, right? But here we have neged. Neged has a sense of like to be opposite, to kind of be opposite, almost like facing, like a counterpart. Like when it says that it was not good that Adam would be alone, but would give him a helpmeet. You remember the helpmeet, right? In the Hebrew, that's Ezer. Ezer is help, negado, like a help, negado, almost like a help that's like opposite to him, a help that's like a counterpart to him, like a counterpart, right? Not the same, but kind of a counterpart. You know, like we have male and female. You know, that kind of balance there. It's like the binary, right? The one and the zero. You know what I'm saying? In that sense, it's like a kind of a balance. like yes, no, on, off, yeah, that kind of sense there, right? But this is not really far off. You see what it says in front of oneself, Ezer Kenegdo, right? Before your face, in your view, or your purpose, Kenegdo. So Eve, or rather the woman, right, was called to help meet in Hebrew. That's Ezer, help, Kenegdo. Help that's in a sense that's opposite to him, right? Corresponding to him, but from a like an opposite perspective. Like if a man has an idea, then his woman, his wife, she weighs in. How when it's good, it can be a good kind of a balance, you know? But be that as it may, it's not the sense of far off. It's not the sense they say at a distance, with a preposition, but before one's eyes, in front of, opposite to, right? So the simple sense is the front, right? Counterpart, right? Like a mate. You see what it says counterpart, mate. That's the Ezer Kenegado, right? Can also have the sense of over against, like to say almost like opposite to. So the far off, we'll dispute that a little bit. It says far off in the English, but it is like as a counterpart, right? So if the tabernacle is here, they'll be on the opposite side, kind of facing it. Check about the tabernacle. The tabernacle here is the Ohel, right? The Ohel, right? The Ohel, right? Moed, right? The tent of meeting, the tent of appointment, right? So here. So here they bring out the sense here in the Hebrew of the neged, right? Neged as over against, over against. But neged is an interesting word, neged in the Hebrew, neged, right? In the Ge'ez, we have Moa Anbesa, right? The conquering lion, Zeh, of in, like from in, of in, negede, negede, Zeim negede, Yehuda, from the tribe of Judah. So neged is an interesting word right there in the Ge'ez. It has a sense of tribe, but here like over against, right? Over against. So just touch on a few things right here. So we have the degel, just to bring out the degel, the flag. So we have a flag, degel, right? That which is waved or displayed. And then we have the ot. The ot, what's the sign? What's the sign? What's the mark? So when you see that mark on that flag, okay, that pertains to, what I mean? A standard, a banner, or flag denotes primarily the larger field sign. So some interpret this and bring it out as the field sign, possessed by every division composed of 3 tribes, right? Remember, there's 3 tribes that's under one kind of banner, which was also the banner of the tribe, the banner of what the tribe at the head of each division, right? So we look to the east, we see the tribe of Judah, right there, with the 3 divisions that come under that head, that tribe. And secondarily, in a derivative signification, it denotes the army united under one standard, right? One standard, right? It is used thus here, as we have here, right, in Numbers chapter 2, right? With the combination, the next Hebrew word is mahane. Mahane means like camp, right? In Numbers 2 and 3, 2:10, 2:18, 2:25, where it mentions about the standard of the Machane, Machane of the camp of Yehuda, Machane Reuben, Machane Ephraim, Machane Dan, right? Signifies the host. So we have the Tzebaot, right? And we say Yahweh Tzebaot, the Lord of hosts, right? The host, the Tzeba, singular Tzebaot, signifies the host of the tribes arranged under these banners, right? Otot. So there, that's a plural of the word sign, otot. Otot, ot, a sign, otot, signs or ensigns, were the smaller flags or banners that were carried at the head of the different tribes and subdivisions of the tribes. That's why it mentions about the father's houses, right? The houses of the father, right? Neither the Mosaic law or the Old Testament, the Brit HaYashana, generally gives us any intimation as to the form or character of the standard, the dega, In other words, to know exactly like, well, this tribe had this symbol, we can infer that, but it doesn't specify. Now, according to, earlier, right, rabbinical tradition and tribe, right, because remember Yeshua, a rabbi, and the rabbinical period actually where it comes from like the Ezra and Nehemiah time. And basically that meant scholarly study, right? So there was better before, like education is a good thing, but sometimes schools can make you fools. You know what I'm saying? But it's still a good thing, right? So it's like, give us a teaching of his majesty. The standard of Judah, right? The standard of Yehuda bore the figure of a lion, right? Was said to be a figure of a lion. And this was from going into the scripture and seeing Judah compared to the lion and the linking of the lion of Judah as well. And that of Reuben, said to be the likeness of a man or a man's head, right? And that of Ephraim, the figure of an ox, right? And that of Dan was said to be the figure of an eagle. Now, if you note this here, you probably know like where we're going with this. It says, so the these four living creatures, right, united in the cherubic, like the cherubim, the cherubic forms that are described by Yechezkiel, Yechezkiel, right, Ezekiel, were represented under these four standards, right? So we have this right here, just that link right there. Now, here where it speaks about the different leaders of the tribes and their own standards with the the emblems, right, of their ancestors, right? Now, what just came to mind is that how some people confuse this with idol worship. Like if you have a symbol, like nowadays people go crazy. It gets with all these different conspiracies, going on and everything. That the ancients did have symbols, right? So the tribe of Judah could have the symbol of a lion, but nowhere did they worship a lion or take the lion to be God. You see what I'm saying? They could have a symbol of a man, but nowhere did they take that symbol of the man to be God, or of an ox. Nowhere did they take that symbol of the ox to be God. They bowed down, they worshiped it. No, right? Or an eagle. So I just want to say this because sometimes it's like, what does it speak about in the scripture being over righteous? Like why be, over righteous and thinking destroy yourself, or over wicked, like overly, right? So they did have symbols, right? So symbols are not bad things. It is what the symbol means, how is it taken, like in all of that. You know what I'm saying? You have to, weigh these things properly, right? Just weights and measures. So they had the crest of their ancestors depicted upon them, right? On the east, right? On the east, in fact, even in the Torah here, it says that, this is Yahweh's instruction to Moshe, Moshe's instruction to like Aaron and to the tribes and everything like that. So it shows that even Yahweh in his instruction, he knew that they were to have flags and they were to have certain symbols that would signify, their particular clan or tribe, so forth and so on. On the east, above the tent of Naason, the firstborn of Yehuda, there was said to be shining or shown a standard of a green color. So now some of this has more to it, but this is not like Torah directly, but it's going from the ancient scholarship and some of the best scholarship, and we can have like a breakdown and a build on it, right? So we can find out the truth for ourselves. But it's kind of interesting, with that particular color, some link that this color having been adopted by him because it was in a green stone, right? And hence an emerald. Remember the breastplate, right? That the name of the forefather Yehuda, right, was engraved on the breastplate of the high priest. When we go back to Exodus chapter 25:15. And on this standard, there was depicted a lion, right? The crest and the hieroglyphic, right? Like the engraved, right, of his ancestor Yehuda, right? Hieroglyph is like a writing form. It's not really specific, but, it has become so, in the Western Gentile world, whom Yaakov, had compared to a lion. So the patriarch had compared, right, his fourth son, Yehuda, to a lion, saying that Yehuda is a lion's whelp. is a lion's whelp, and that's in uh, Genesis 49. Toward the south, above the tent of Elisur, Elisur, like my God, my God is a strong place or a rock. The son of Reuben, right, there flouted, was said to flout, right, or floated rather, floated a red standard, having the color of the sardis stone. On that, the name of his father, Reuben, right, was engraved upon the breastplate of the Kohen Gadol, of the high priest. The symbol depicted upon this standard was said to be a human head, because Reuben was the firstborn. He was the Rosh, right? Right? The head of the family, right? On the west, above the tent of Eli Shammah, right, the son of Ephraim, there was a golden flag. On that, the head was said to be the head of a calf. Now, what's interesting about the head of a calf is that in the paleo of the Hebrew, right, in the paleo, what they call the paleo Hebrew, that symbol, right, is basically an ancient symbol, kind of a little kind of stick figure, kind of a symbol for a calf head, right? A calf head, right, was depicted because it was through the vision of the calves and the oxen, that his ancestor, the ancestor of Ephraim, was Joseph, right? Joseph had predicted and provided for the famine in Mitzrayim, right? Go back to Genesis, Bereshit, Genesis 41. And hence Moshe, when blessing the tribe of Joseph. Now, also note that we have the blessing of the patriarch, Jacob, in 49. And then we have the blessing of Moshe, the lawgiver, the mediator, right? So the blessing of the tribe of Joseph, therefore blessing Ephraim in Deuteronomy 33:17. He said what? He said his glory is that of the firstborn of a bull, right? Or we say like the ox head, right? The golden splendor of the standard of Ephraim said to resemble that of the chrysolite, right? In that the name Ephraim, right, was engraved upon the breastplate, the Hoshen, right? Toward the north, above the tent of Achi, my brother Ezer is help, right? Achi Ezer, the son of Dan, there floated a motley standard of white and red, right? And this is said to be like the jaspis, or some would say, rather, would name the stone as the carbuncle, right? In that the name of Dan, right, was engraved upon the Hoshen, the high priest, the breastplate. The crest upon this was said to be an eagle, right? The great doe, right, or foe, maybe that's a typo, the doe, foe, typo, right? The great doe to serpents. I think it's probably maybe a typo, the great foe, right? The great foe to serpents, the eagle. Right? You ever see an eagle like fly down and grab up a snake, a serpent? It's wow, it's amazing. Right? See the sacred geometry of the flow. You know what I mean? Which had been chosen by the leader in the place of a serpent, right? In the place of a serpent, right? Because that's also what has been said of Dan, right? Because his forefather Yaakov had compared Dan to a serpent, saying, Dan is a serpent in the way, and adder, or the Cerastes, which is the horn viper, the horn snake, the snake that has the horns, right? The deadly one, right? In the path. But Achi Ezer, right, substituted, right, the eagle, the destroyer of serpents, as he shrank from carrying an adder, a horned serpent, upon his flag. Now it's interesting because in ancient Mitzrayim, right, they said that even in the hieroglyph, the horned serpent was like kind of like dreaded. It was dreaded so much that sometimes when they wrote the glyph, they would cut up the body, right? They would cut up the body of the glyph. You know what I mean? They would break it up. It's almost like, in America, they have the don't tread, don't try, don't tread on me, where the snake is kind of broken up. So something like that right there, right? But Numbers chapter 2, right? Okay, verse 3 to 31. Just a little more here, just to put this into perspective. The order of the tribes in the camp and on the march. So notice we really do have a birth of the nation. The birth of the nation Israel after crossing the Red Sea. That's like the water, when the water break, so to speak, the breaking of the sea, right? And Israel walking on the dry sand and then coming to Sinai 50 days later, right? In the same time that we have from Passover, right, to the Chag Shavuot is the same time period from the Exodus to reaching Mount Sinai. And that's an important pattern equivalency to understand right there, right? So even in the observation of the feasts and the festivals, they recall these significant movements of Yisrael, of the Bnei Yisrael. So here for the order of the tribes in the camp and on the march, Numbers chapter 2, verses 3 to verse 9. The standard of the tribe of Yehuda was to encamp in front, namely towards the east, right? According to its host. And by its side, the tribe of Issachar and Zebulun. Now, notice they were the descendants of Leah under the command of and the banner of Yehuda. So there were three tribes, but Yehuda would be in command, right? This was an army of 186,400 men at the time of this counting, right? That was to march out first when the camp was broken up. So what would happen would be like the cloud, right, that came off of Sinai and rested on the tabernacle, right? The Anan, the cloud, when that cloud would lift up, right, and begin to move, that's when it was a sign to call Yisrael that it was time to break camp. And in that breaking camp, right, the band of Yehuda, right, would be the first to break camp, right, and begin to start the lead, right? And then we would have, Reuben, right, follow through, right, which was to march out first, Judah, when the camp was broken up. So Yehuda led the way as the champion of his brethren, right? Once again, pointing to the words of the patriarch Jacob in Genesis 49 and 10, right? Right here. Yeah, this word right here, just to bring it down the KJV. Here we go. The scepter shall not depart from Yehuda, nor a lawgiver from between his feet until Shiloh. Shiloh, one interpretation that can be the one to whom it belongs. Shiloh, right? Come. And to him shall, right, the gathering of the people be. To him, the gathering of the people. So when Judah would break camp, right, the other people, if there's the other tribes, would gather to him and follow his lead, right? In Numbers 2, right, 4 to 9, his hosts, it breaks down the numbering of his hosts, right, the army according to its numbered men, right? And then we can kind of go through, all four of them. Now, one important thing we wanted to share just a little briefly is the math. There's a lot of interesting math right here, right? Let's just touch on a little bit of the math. Can we touch on a little bit of the math, right here? So let's bring this back right here, and let's go over here, and this right here. We looked up, there's some documents we had over the years, right? And we need to try to audibles and also some PDFs to share, right, from previous sabbatical studies right here on the mathematics. So here, so you can see the search here, right? Hopefully AI will give you the same or similar result, right? Mathematics, right? The mathematics in the Hebrew book of Numbers, right? So this is a little AI overview. So the Hebrew book of Numbers, right? Let's go over here. Numbers in English is rich in mathematical symbolism and concepts, particularly through the use of gemarit, or the gematria, right? Significant meanings in numbers. Gematria, right, assigns numerical values to Hebrew letters. Oh, that tell you that the word letter, when we say oath, we say oath, we touch on that, the ensign or the sign or the ensign on the banner. But in Hebrew, the word for letter, right, use is oat. So the same oat, right? The same oat, right, is the Hebrew letters. The Hebrew letters of the Aleph, Bet, the alphabet, is the otot. So sign and sign, symbols. So gematria assigns numerical values to Hebrew letters, otot, allowing for the calculation, right? The calculation of numerical values, right, of words and phrases. This system is used to uncover hidden meanings and connections within the text, often linked, seemingly unrelated words and concepts that are based on their numerical value. But many times, when it's done most properly, you'll begin to notice, once you see the number value, you'll begin to notice areas of the overt text that actually go together. It's just interesting how math is, how math is, right? So the elaboration of this, just a little brief right here. Gematria, a numerological system where each Hebrew letter is assigned a numerical value. Now, this is quite similar with other ancient languages, especially Afro-Semitic, African Shemitic languages like Hebrew, Ge'ez, Aramaic, you know, um, other languages also, have their numerical values. And these values are added together to find the total value of a word or phrase, as we do when we go through the Torah and we go through the Psalms, and the Psalms are often assigned numerical values, and it's usually based on the letters. Remember Old Latin, some of the letters were actually numbers, LXX, for example. Interpreting numbers. Numbers are not just quantities in the book of Numbers, right? They also carry symbolic meaning. And they say here, often related to what they call Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah, right? Now, on the numbers, in the book of Numbers. Well, let's go on here. Hidden connections. Gematria can reveal connection between different parts of the text by highlighting words or phrases with the same numerical value, potentially revealing deeper layers of meaning. So when we talk about Kabbalah means to receive or to welcome. It's like when Messiah Robenu says, he says something that says, if you can receive this, for those who can receive it, for those who can Kabbalah it. Not everything is receptive. Not everyone is receptive to everything, but to those who can receive it, as Robenu says. But mathematical vocabulary. The Hebrew language itself, they say here, has evolved to incorporate mathematical vocabulary, reflecting the transmission of scientific knowledge, including mathematics, right, from languages like Arabic to Jewish circles. Now, it's interesting because, even in the West, we say algebra. A lot of that is said to come from or through. Some say it comes from Arabic. Well, I say it comes through Arabic. Because remember when they took over Egypt, right? When the Arabs took over Egypt, and how many things that they learned and were able to encode, because Arabic, likewise, an Afro-Semitic language, it has, that there to encode quite detail within the language, right? That other languages lack. That's why English imports algebra, right? You know what I'm saying? Arabic and the ancient languages don't have to import that. They had to, even the numbers that we have, the English numbers, they call them the Hindu. Some say Hindu slash Arab numbers, or Indian Hodu slash Arab numbers. Anyway, examples here in the book of Numbers. The book of Numbers, it contains detailed census information, these numbers, right? Right? And these reflect the use of numbers for practical purposes, as we have here. So the plain Peshat reading of it, we just see the practical purposes, the counting and the organization. This many in this camp, there's 3 here, and there's a Trinity here, a Trinity here, a Trinity here, and this has this many numbers, and this is who we lead. That practical, mathematics there, weights and measures, right? But then we have the concept of pi, right? Let me zoom in on this right here. The concept of pi, right, is said to be hinted at here. The concept of pi. I don't know if any of you saw that movie years ago. There's that movie Pi, right? It's kind of interesting, right? Pi is hinted at in the book of Kings, right, which may be related to the book of Numbers. In fact, actually, pi and phi is linked. Even the speed of light is found. I think the tribe of Judah, that is the approximate number, and used to be, I think, the number for the speed of light, right? What the speed of light is. We'll touch on that, but just as an overview here. In the what's called the Zohar, a major work in Yehudi mystical thought, extensively uses gematria to interpret the Hebrew Bible, right? And I would advise ones to have caution. First, study Torah, right? First, if you go up into that without studying Torah, it can really throw you for a real loop. You know what I mean? You might, as people say, freak out. Potentially, right? But Torah gives you a better groundation. Get a firm footing. You know what I mean? It's like people talk about a metaphysical, right? And they go into things that are not physical, but they forget that the word metaphysical has as its root physical, right? You know what I mean? So mastering the basic and then building. In other words, you can't build a penthouse and you don't even have the ground floor. You know what I'm saying? How well, the penthouse is on the ground floor? What kind of penthouse is that? Right? Anyway, pi also, here we have pi, right? They have it mentioned in First Kings. So I see that the AI here hasn't incorporated some of the other information that actually points out the pi and the phi that we do have, right, in the numbers, right, within the book of Numbers. So we have the speed of light. The tribe of Judah moves at the speed of light. When we see the number, right, when we see the approximate number of how many was in the tribe of Judah, and then we see, well, what the approximate speed of light is estimated as. So pi is also mentioned in First Kings, right, 7 and 23, right? And it's used to determine, right? It's used to determine the value of pi. So we have pi and phi, right? Lastly, but not least, the historical context. The development of Hebrew numerals and gematria has been influenced, it is said, I say it is said, by Greek. I think there's a mutual influence. In fact, the scripture says that Javan or Japheth, right? Javan is where we get the Ionians. They are the original Greeks. That they shall dwell, right? Japheth shall dwell in the tents of Shem. And tents there is also interpreted not just as habitation, but as school. The tent is like the school, Hebraically speaking, right? So they have been I would say they've been mutually influenced, right? And other mathematical traditions. And overall, the Hebrew has influenced the Greek more, but Greek has kind of re-encoded a lot of the earlier knowledge. In essence, the book of Numbers is not just a historical account. It also offers a rich tapestry of mathematical ideas. Even some say the measurement of the earth, some even calculate, the pyramids, based on some of the mathematics that's found in the book of Numbers, numerical systems, and also the more, quote, mystical, end quote, interpretations that continue to be explored and studied by scholars and practitioners of Yehudi tradition, but also as well as we find in a lot of science, right? So the overlap, right, of Black people, right? So we once lost, now found within science and invention, as well as the overlap of those professed to be Jews, right, in science and mathematics. So I think that the Western Gentile science and understanding of ancient knowledge has been greatly increased by the inventions of Beta Israel, so-called Black and brown people, as well as certain observant Yehudi and Jews. Even those who are not observant, sometimes you're not observant. You're not a good mathematician. You're not a good Let me say it like this: you're not good at money, but you was born in a family that had money. You know what I'm saying? So you might not be Torah observant, but you're born in a family where these concepts and these ideas. So I really credit for the Western Gentile world, Black and Jewish, and of course, we the Black Jews, together as, for that. But we'll unpack that, another time. But anyway, be that as it may, there is a couple of other articles. Before we go forward to today's daily psalm, let me do this right here. Let me do this right here, right before y'all. Right? Let me say, let's see right here, speed of light. Let me go Judah, right? Let me go Judah and speed. Let's hopefully speed of light. Just to show you this right here, speed of light. Okay, here we go. Judah and speed of light. Right here we go. You see right there. Let me zoom in on it. Right. So we looked up Judah and speed of light. AI overview. Judah speed of light, right? So Judah's speed of light seems to be, this is the AI overview, seems to be a reference to the approximate correspondence between the number of Israelites counted in the tribe of Yehuda, Judah, which is 186,400 in Numbers chapter 2, verse 9, and the speed of light in terms of miles per second. So when we get the speed of light in terms of miles per second, it is the correspondence with the number of the Israelites counted in the tribe of Judah, 186,400 in Numbers 2 and 9. This is not, some say, a scientific fact, but rather a very curious observation some have made about the Bible and the speed of light. Elaboration, right here, a little bit of elaboration. The speed of light in a vacuum, because it's also the speed of light where? A speed of light that's not in a vacuum moves differently than the speed of light in a vacuum, right? But the speed of light in a vacuum is approximately 186,000 miles per second, right? And that would be now in the other system of math, meters, right? 299,792,458 meters per second. This is a fundamental constant, right, in physics, right, in physics. And physics best broken down is force and form, force and form. And force and form, right, another way of saying it is the power of the Trinity. Force, power, and the Trinity, three dimensionality in that way of interpretation. Judah's population in the Bible, in the book of Numbers 2 and 9, the total consensus of the tribes of Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun is listed at 186,400. The connection? Some individuals have noted the striking similarity between this census number and the speed of light in miles per second, suggesting a potential connection between the Bible and the speed of light. Now, of course, ones one seek to debunk it. Let's confront it. Not a scientific fact, they say. It's important to remember that this is not a scientifically established connection. In other words, the academia has not co-signed it, right? Basically, but they also know that it's a very interesting what curiosity, at least, right? The numbers are simply close, right? And the similarity is likely a coincidence. Okay, co means two or more, right? Co, like co-labor, right? Two or more, right? Coincidence. An incident is something that happened, like an incident, right? So coincident is like two incidences happening at the same or similar time, right? So anything that's beyond coincidence cannot be coincidence. If I have three or four or five things happening, all of them can be coincidence if co means together, right? Or two, right? Right. So that's what I'm saying. So some say there is no coincidence. I say anything more than two, right, technically is not coincident when we look at just the technical meaning of coincidence. But the Torah and the speed of light. Some interpretations, particularly within certain, they say, religious communities, I smell hate, right? Explore the relationship, right, between the Torah's laws, the Torah's laws, right, and the universal laws of the physical, or like we like to say, the phi cycle, the physical world, including the speed of light, right? Some interpretations of the Bible, like those of answers in Genesis, right? This answer in Genesis suggests a possible connection between the speed of light and the age of the universe, right? So the speed of light, you'll see some other areas where it speaks about the speed of light. There's a couple of interesting articles. I'll seek to find it and share it with y'all, or y'all can look for it for yourself as well. Take some of these key words right here. There's some interesting reading and study right here. So in the Torah study, we even touch on science and math and physics and all of that. But here, brothers and sisters and brothers, we're going to pause for the cause right here. My servant, king, shepherd.
And David my servant shall be king over them, and they all shall have one shepherd.
It is good that you are here to record this picture of me in my palace garden at Addis Ababa. People who see this throughout the world will realize that even in the 20th century, with faith, courage, and a just cause, David will still beat Goliath.
And David my servant shall be king over them, and they all shall have one shepherd, 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 one shepherd.
So right here, a little Raymond tune before we touch on today's day, Psalm 58, right here. Ras Ali, wings of salvation. Here, this is Ras Ali, wings of salvation. The wings of the wind, wings of salvation. Here.
Lion of Judah Society.
Flying upon the wings of salvation, Jaja is love, Jaja is love. Flying upon a high meditation, way up above, way up above. Me flying upon the wings of salvation, Jaja is love, Jaja is love, yeah. High up on a high meditation, way up above, way up above. Me said the class them for me, them can't school me. When nothing with them doing can't rule me. Jaja give me wisdom, them can't fool me. Tell them in this time it is a real reality. No life in a drive-by can't bring peace. You can't say you're doing evil and still hate the beast. Me tell you this is a serious thing, war must cease. Every fight in every fight the meek. Flying upon the wings of salvation, Jaja is love, Jaja is love. Flying upon a high meditation, way up above, way up above. Me flying upon the wings of salvation, Jaja is love, Jaja is love, yeah. High up on a high meditation, way up above, way up above. The sure love is my nature, but you see me now go against me creator. Those who go against Simon Maker, well me tell you say your judgment will be greater. Scribes and Pharisees coming in like flies, changing up them laws, we ain't gon' compromise. Things are with them doing Rasta see it in tonight. Judgments won't them take them, behold it with your eyes, yeah. Flying upon the wings of salvation, Jaja is love, Jaja is love. Flying upon a high meditation, way up above, way up above. Me flying upon the wings of salvation, Jaja is love, Jaja is love, yeah. High up on a high meditation, way up above, way up above. Can't baptize Rasta in no water, cause they bring them on no bow down and no worship no monster. Look them drinking blood and still eating up the flesh, yeah. Them polluting all the little daughters, telling Rastafari is a spiritual thing. Rasta man a inna them religion, my friend. Just because me speak out loud, them vex once again, but the whole world must give them praises, yeah. Flying from the rings of salvation, Jaja is love, Jaja is love. Flying from a high meditation, way up above, way up above. Me flying from the wings of salvation, Jaja is love, Jaja is love, yeah. High up on a high meditation, way up above. Pay up, me say the class they put me in, them can't school me. When nothing with them doing can't rule me. Jah give me wisdom, them can't fool me. Tell them in this time it is a real reality. No life in a drive-by can't bring peace. You can't say you're doing evil and still hate the peace. Me tell you this is a serious thing, war must cease. If we fight in love, we fight in big. Triumph on the rings of salvation. Jah is love, Jah is love. Triumph on a high meditation. Way up above, way up above. Me flying on the wings of salvation. Jah is love, Jah is love. Yeah, high up on a high meditation. Way up above, way up above.
So here today's daily psalm. We have Psalm 58. Today's daily psalm is Mornon Chet Nun Chet Non Chet Non Chet Psalm 58. And to the Hebrew numerics, the Aleph numerics, Nun. Some and none says Nun. The Hebrew letter N, Nun. Other dialects Non, Non Chet, Non Chet, Nun Chet. Non has a numerical value of 50, and Chet or Chet is the 8th letter of the Hebrew Aleph Beit. So we have Non Chet, Nun Chet. Psalm 58, Psalm LVIII. Now that's the way they do it in the Latin, right? Psalm LVIII, Hebraically using the letters for numerical value, Mizmor Non Chet Nun Chet. Psalm 58. Here we have the theme of unjust judges condemned. Unjust judges condemned. This is similar to the evening psalm, right? The evening psalm, right? For the third day, right? Third day evening psalm, Psalm 82, which has a theme of corrupt judges arraigned. The Elohim, the corrupt judges arraigned, right? The corrupt judges arraigned. Here we have unjust judges condemned, right? Unjust judges condemned. So we have al tashchet, do not destroy in the superscription. Al tashchet, al tashchet. So right here, today's daily psalm according to the royal order. Let's get a brief overview right here. Theme of Psalm 58 is a cry for vengeance upon those who pervert justice, those who pervert the course of justice, those who pervert justice. In Psalm 58, unjust judges condemned. Here we have a vehement denunciation of corrupt judges. This is the theme of this outspoken poem. And here with this psalm and the evening psalm for the third day of the Shabuah, Psalm 82, right? So Psalm 82, you got to connect the dots right here. The same basic theme, right? Corrupt judges there, unjust judges. Corrupt judges arraigned there, arraignment. I've said, ye are gods, all of you, right? Are sons of the Most High, right? People brag off of that, but you have to put it into context, right? Those judges are being arraigned. It's like an arraignment. And here in today's daily psalm, Psalm 58, the unjust judges are being condemned. So here we have a cry, right, for vengeance, right? To whom vengeance belongeth, we're crying for vengeance to whom vengeance belongeth upon those who pervert the course of justice and pervert justice. So a vehement, hot, fiery denunciation of corrupt judges. The theme, Chabarim. For the theme, Chabarim, corrupt judges, right? being denounced. So in spirit, it is true to the supreme importance that is attached to the impartial administration of justice, right? In spirit, like in spirit and in truth, it is true that there is a supreme importance that is attached, right, Hebraically, covenant wise, right, to the impartial, non partial, right, administration of justice, of tzedek, in what's called the Pentateuch, i.e., the Torah, right, and the prophets, in the law, right, called the Pentateuch Torah, and in the prophets, the Nevi'im. This psalmist here, it says, Lid Dawid of David, right? Fiery indignation against unjust, unrighteous judges and evildoers generally is not kindled by personal wrongs. We need to take note. So generally, right, the fiery indignation here of the psalmist here, Lid Dawid, right, and I is not kindled by personal wrongs. The psalm becomes hot from a heart, right, lacerated by the sight, right? One's heart, one's mind can be lacerated by the sight of widespread corruption. A point of importance is here made that must be borne in mind when assessing, when we assess, like assessors, when we assess the moral standard. What is the moral standard of the speaker, right? In his imprecations or curses, condemnations, denunciations upon the men and the people he censures. He may forgive injury or wrong or hurt done to himself. However, he has, and by extension, we have, no right to feel lenient towards those who are guilty of flagrant injustice to others. This is the real point here, not just for the psalmist, the author, Lid Dawid, or even I, but for basically all as a principle, that one may forgive injury done to themselves. So if an injury is done to you, others can tell you don't forgive, don't forgive. But since that injury, you are the injured party. So if you choose to forgive, you may forgive. You see what I'm saying? But definitely somebody else who's not the injured party, they have no right to feel lenient. You know what I'm saying? It's like somebody borrow money from you, right? And they owe you money. And I come along and I say, oh, I forgive them. I tell the person, don't worry about it. You don't have to pay back any of the money you owe, right? To you. You know what I mean? That you're free. Is that justice? Right? So one may forgive injury done to themselves, but one truly has no right to feel lenient, right, toward those who are guilty of flagrant injustice to others, right? It's like when they say, mind your business. You know what I mean? If it's somebody else is the injured party, you know what I'm saying? You can't come along and say, because we see that happen a lot. Like sometimes, like people have family, and then somebody in their family is wronged or something like that, and then people come along and say, "Well, they forgive," and the person has murdered somebody. Oh, I forgive them, right? You cannot speak for that soul, right? And this is one reason why capital punishment, right? I guess death is the last enemy. It still was and is necessary, right? In any just system. You know what I'm saying? Because it's in theory, if one murdered somebody, right, just cold-blooded murder, right, and they say asking us to forgive them, right, for doing that to our loved one, well, how about this? You go to the soul that you murdered and you ask for forgiveness for the soul. If that soul forgive you, listen, it's not us. We're the wrong people to ask forgiveness, right? You know what I mean? So just think about that. That's why I put it in the terms of like, I know people, if some people owe you money and somebody comes along and tells the person I owe you money, oh, you're forgiven, don't pay back. I mean, would you say, okay, that's righteous? No, that's ratchet, that's wicked. So here in today's daily psalm, this is the theme: cry for vengeance, right? Vengeance. Now, I know people say, well, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Okay, yeah. Cry for vengeance to who? Who are we crying for vengeance to? To he to whom vengeance belongeth, right? Cry for vengeance upon those who pervert justice, right? Just a little bit right here. right? Their teeth. Now, notice, as we often do, we see that there's a continuity often between the Psalms. So here we're in 58, but if we look in Psalm 57, it speaks about their teeth. Their teeth are sharp, are spears and arrows, and their tongue a sharp sword. Their teeth, right? In Psalm 57, the previous Psalm, Psalm 57, which is themed right here, Mizmor Non Zain, confidence in danger, surety in danger, right? Their teeth are spears and arrows, and their tongue a sharp sword. They say if looks could kill, what about tongues, right? Psalm 58 prays here, crush, right? Crush their teeth in their mouth. Crush their teeth in their mouth. This prominent common thought has induced the collector to append the one miktam. So we have a miktam, like a golden composition of Dawit, to be sung according to the Hebrew al tashchet. Al tashchet. All right, that transliteration, al tashchet, tashchet, not tashchet, but tashchet. It means do not destroy, do not destroy, right, to the other. Psalm 58. However, this belongs to another period, the time of Absalom, David's son. The incomparable boldness of the language does not warrant us in denying it to Dawit. In no one psalm do we meet with so many high flown figures coming together within the same narrow compass. But it is Dawit who speaks in this psalm, right? But that it is Dawit who speaks in this psalm is to a certain extent guaranteed when we compare it with Psalm 64 and Psalm 140. These three psalms, so today's daily Psalm 58, 64, 140, these psalms here, once again, Psalm 58, Psalm 64, and Psalm 140. What are they? They are these three psalms. Of that, the closing verses so closely resemble one another that they at once invite comparison, show that the same Dawid who writes elsewhere so beautifully, tenderly, and lovingly and clearly is able among his manifold transitions, like a musician going from major to minor, or vice versa, right? He is able, right, among his manifold transitions to rise to an elevation at that his words, as it were, roll along like rumbling thunder through the gloomy darkness of the clouds, and more especially where they supplicate, as today's daily psalm, round about verse 7, or even predict in Psalm 140, round about verse 10, the judgment of Elohim, the judgment of the Creator, the judgment of the Almighty, the judgment of the true judge. Now it says cumulative, right? The cumulative use of kamo. Kamo means like it, like him, like it, right? As it, right? Um, in different applications peculiar to this psalm. So it's kind of like a comparison sense. The miktam, often brought out as a composition, a golden composition. Some link the root to ketam. Ketam is like fine gold, miktam, right? Maktam, miktam, right? Character becomes clearly defined in the closing verse. So we look forward to closing verse. We got Hebraically we have 12 verses. In the English we have 11, right? Because of the superscription, right? So here. Let's begin off. Do you really dictate the silence of righteousness? Right, bringing out the sense. Do you really dictate the silence of righteousness? I know it reads different in the KJV, right? But the Hebrew brings out the force of, do you really dictate the silence of righteousness? That before that, righteousness must become silent. Should righteousness not speak? Right? This is like the opening here. Let's get right into it right here. But before we do, right, just to hear the plain KJV read right here. Today's daily psalm. These 11 verses. Shema Yisrael. Hear this.
Psalm 58. Do ye indeed speak righteousness, O congregation? Do ye judge uprightly, O ye sons of men? Yea, in heart ye work wickedness. Ye weigh the violence of your hands in the earth.
The wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies.
Their poison is like the poison of a serpent. They are like the deaf adder that stoppeth her ear, which will not hearken to the voice of charmers, charming never so wisely. Break their teeth, O God, in their mouth. Break out the great teeth of the young lions, O Lord. Let them melt away as waters which run continually. When he bendeth his bow to shoot his arrows, let them be as cut in pieces. As a snail which melteth, let every one of them pass away. Like the untimely birth of a woman, that they may not see the sun. Before your pots can feel the thorns, he shall take them away as with a whirlwind, both living and in his wrath. The righteous shall rejoice when he seeth the vengeance. He shall wash his feet in the blood of the wicked, so that a man shall say, Verily, there is a reward for the righteous. Verily, he is a God that judgeth in the earth.
So here, today's daily psalm, Mizmor Non Chet, Nun Chet, here, Psalm 58. Verses 1 to 5, the judges, the unjust judges, right, arraigned. I remember there's a connection with the Elohim, right? Remember that Yahweh's title is the God of gods, Elohei Ha-Elohim, right? And let's recall also as a comparison Psalm 82 concerning the subject and theme. But the opening verses right here. Right here, let's get into the opening verse right here. So here we have the Aleph verse right here, today's daily psalm. And here to the chief musician, Al Tashchet, or they have it as Al Tashchit, right? Al Tashchet, Miktam of Dawi. Do y'all indeed speak righteousness, O congregation? Do y'all judge uprightly, O y'all sons of men? Opening verse. Now, it was interesting when we had just compared it over here, right? Over here, the text right here runs, do you really dictate the silence of righteousness? Keep that in mind, right? Do you really dictate the silence of righteousness, that righteousness should be silent? This is the more of the Hebrew sense of it. Let's bring out the Ivrit here. So here, let's see what we got here. Masoretic, Alim, right? This is interesting, Chabarim. Let me show this right here. So you see these two. Let's see if we can highlight this and this. Let's see, highlight this and this. Okay, you see the one in parentheses, and the one outside of parentheses. See the two ways. One is a short form, the one outside of parentheses with the 3 letters. The one with the 5 letters is when we call it like fully. It's fully. It's like it's fully spelled. So when some talk about vowels and this and that, we have to understand that it's not the letter but the spirit. What's being said, right? Alim, Alim, right? So we have Alim, and we have Alim, right? Alim and Alim, right? Let's scroll down here. I think, okay, here we go, right? So Alim, right, in Hebrew, Alim is rulers, Alim. When it's vocalized, the spirit of it, when it's vocalized, not as Alim, but as Alem. Alem is silent ones, Alem. So we have Alem, and we have Alim. So even that nuance of a difference is 2 different words, right, to an intelligent Hebrew hearer and speaker, right? Alim is rulers, Alim, biblical Hebrew, right? And Alem is silent ones, right? So just to note that difference. So right here, we'll pick up the Tanakh right here, right? Where it says, here we go, right here. La menatziach, to the chief musician, al tashchet, right? So al tashchet, do not destroy. Al tashchet. Now there's an interesting scene in the scripture, right? And it's when David is on the run with his men from Shaul. Shaul is trying to hunt him down, and they basically get the drop on Shaul. His men are sleepy. Saul's men are sleepy and everything, and they're able to kind of go up into the cave, where Shaul is, and they can do him dirty, as he wanted to do David dirty. And so I think it was Abishai. Abishai comes to David and says, "Listen, let me just go one time and jerk him. Let me go. I just hit him. Just let me go. I'll deal with him, David." And David says something very interesting. Basically, what David says is what's said right here. Al tashchet. Al tashchet. Al tashchet. Or al tashchet, it says in the phonetics, but the phonetics is off. Al tashchet. Al tashchet. Do not destroy. Right? So we have a command of David. David says in the Hebrew, Al tashchitehu, Al tashchitehu, Al tashchitehu. Do not destroy him, is what he says. What David says to, I think, Abishai. Right? David says to Abishai, do not destroy him. Right? And basically this way he says, like, touch not the Lord's anointed. Right? Don't touch the Lord's anointed. Even though Dawid is anointed and Shaul is anointed, right? He has a regard. Though Shaul wanted to touch David, when David got the opportunity to touch Shaul, right, and one of his men, right, said, "Let me do this." David effectively said, "Don't do it, right? Don't touch the Yahweh's Mashiach. If you touch him, basically what he's saying was implied in the words, I'm going to touch you. You know what I mean? Almost like you kill him, I'm going to kill you, right? Al tashchet, do not destroy." Right? Do not destroy. So some interpret this as a command to the chief musician, or some say that it could be the title of a melody. So there's two kind of ideas that in some cases it is commands to chief musician, but whenever we have something so kind of nebulous as al tashchet, it's a command. Was there a tune? Maybe there was a tune called al tashchet, and therefore it was a title of a melody used for several psalms. But here, the more emphasis of it is thou must not destroy. Al tashchet. So what he said to Abishai is al tashchite hu. Al tashchite hu. Who is he? Right? You must not destroy him. Right? Al tashchite hu. Right? So there's that scene. We can get into that probably another time, but I just want to point it out for the record. Right? It's in the wanderings, of David, fleeing from Saul's, chaos. But here, the superscription, La Menatziach Al Tashchet Le Dawid Miktam. Le Dawid Miktam. Right? That's the superscription, the title to chief musician, Al Tashchet, of David, a Miktam, a golden composition. So here in the KJV will be the first verse. Ha umnam. Ha umnam elema tzedek tedaberun. Me sharima tishpetu b'nei adam. It's a kind of a question here. Haumnam, haumnam, haumnam. So here we have haumnam. Let me see if they have it up here. Haumnam. Okay, do y'all indeed. Here we have umnam. They have it here. Haumnam. So you can follow on to KJV. Haumnam. Haumnam. Haumnam is like to say umnam, verily, truly, indeed. So a way of saying indeed, umnam, 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 like indeed. To say haumnam is to say like, is it indeed? Is it indeed? Haumnam, haumnam. Is it indeed? Is it truly? Right? Haumnam, elem, elem. So here we have the elem. Right? Here we go. Elem, elem, elem. Here we have Alem. Now, Alem, actually, when it's pointed as Alem, it's in silence. Alem, Alem. When it's pointed as Alim, Alim, right, it is rulers, right? So even Davidically speaking in biblical Hebrew in the Yehudi, it can be one of those words that has like a dual pun sense, right? Alem, Alim, right? Alem, Alim. But here, according to the Masorah, Haumnam Elemas Edek Tadabrun, Haumnam Elemas Edek Tadabrun, speaking indeed, right, by way of silence, righteousness, or a little more better is this right here. Do y'all really Haumnam dictate, right, to Dabrun, right, the silence, right, the silence, the Alem, silence, silence of Tzedek, the silence of righteousness. Haumnam, Alem Tzedek to Dabrun, right? So it's a kind of a taunt. It's like in other words, so like some people say, don't speak about that. Like don't talk about that. You're speaking about something because something is wrong, and calling for judgment or justice. And people say, don't speak on that. That's that sense. Do you dictate, right? Do you really dictate? You know what I mean? The silence of righteousness, right? Now others bring it out as not the a lem silence, but as a lean. A lean in this context would be like rulers. So we were to read it as Haumnam Elim Sedek Tadabrun. Haumnam Elim Sedek Tadabrun. Sedek righteousness Tadabrun. Righteousness you speaking. Haumnam. Indeed, is it for real? Is it for real? For real? Aileen, is it for real? For real? Rulers, right? Like the rulers of the congregation. Haumnam Aileen, Sedek to Dabrun, Sedek, righteousness to Dabrun. Are y'all speaking? Or as Haumnam Elem Sedek to Dabrun, Elem, the silence of righteousness to Dabrun, right? To Davrun, are you speaking in the sense of speaking on this to dictate, right? So do y'all indeed speak? The KJV, do y'all indeed Haumnam, right? Do you indeed to Dabrun, Dabar, speak to Dabrun, right? Righteousness is tzedek, and then they have Elam, and you can see the Elam right here, right? They're bringing out in silence, Elam. But remember, we just showed you right down here, based on this, what says some interpret as, do you rulers indeed speak righteousness, right? So when it's vocalized as Elim, it is rulers as Elam. So the same verse could actually go both ways. Ha'umnam Elim, is it for real? Indeed, Elim, rulers, Tzedek to Dabrun. Y'all are speaking righteousness, or Ha'umnam, Elem Tzedek to Dabrun, right? Elem, the silence of righteousness. So, in a sense, the rulers are dealing with silencing righteousness. This is kind of like the takeaway point. Either way, it may be vocalized, right, within the Hebrew. So, when pronouncing judgment in a suit, right? Elam Tzedek to Davrun, are you speaking, right? Tzedek, right? Are you speaking righteously? The answer that's implied here is low, 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 no, 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 right? When it's interpreted as a righteous company, right? As a righteous company, Elim Tzedek, right? Elim, but that is kind of uh the translation of the obscure word, right, Elam, by company is based on some, and congregation based on some translators. The RV, the Revised Version, has, do y'all indeed in silence speak righteousness. This is the more better, the more correct, right? In silence, right? In silence. Do y'all indeed in silence speak righteousness? Haumnam Elam Tzedek Tidabarun, are y'all speaking in silence? Elam, right? Tzedek, righteousness, right? They are silent when they ought to speak words of condemnation, right? Remind me of what the elect of God, Kamal Haile Selassie, said. The voice of justice when it matters most, right? They are silent when the voice of justice matters most. They're not speaking. Haumnam elam tzedek tadabrun, meisharim tishpetu b'nei adam, right? Do y'all judge, right, uprightly, right? May sharim. So here the word for uprightly is from May shar. Meshar. Meshar come from Yashar, right? Meshar is like evenness, uprightness, straightness, the sense of equity, right? Equity, that which is right, coming from the root Yashar. Yashar. Yashar is a verb. Yashar here as a verb, to be right, to be straight, to be leveled up, to be upright, to be just, the sense of being lawful, right? So right here, Meshar. Now this is the plural sense, Mesharim. Mesharim, tishpetu, 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 do your shafat, speaking to like a group of many. Tishpetu, shafat, the root. Tishpetu, shafat, shapat, shafat, right? Tishpetu, do your, right, judge, do you govern, do you vindicate, right? Do you vindicate and punish properly? Right? Are you punishing those who should be vindicated and you're vindicating those who should be punished? Right? Are you executing judgment properly? Right here, right? So here, the first verse again, including the superscription, La menat seyach ala tashchet lidawid miktam, right? Tashchet, destroy not, thou shalt not destroy. The miktam, miktam is like a golden composition. Lid Dawid, miktam, of David, a miktam, a golden composition, or ones might interpret as a golden song. Full here. Lamanat seyach, al tashchet, lid Dawid miktam. Haumnam, elam tzedek tadabrun, meisharim tishpetu, b'nei Adam, b'nei, sons of Adam. Notice that too. Sons of man, sons of Adam. All right, this one brings it out good right here when it says, you descendants of Adam, right? You sons of Adam, right? You common rank and file, just human being, you human being. Here, the bait verse, the second verse. Remember, this is the opening, the judge's arraignment. This is the arraignment. So it's almost like that first verse right there is like the judge almost speaking, Haumnam, Elam Tzedek Tadabrun. Mesharim tishpetu b'nei Adam. Yea, in heart your work wickedness, ratchetness. Your way the violence of your hands in the earth. Your way the violence. Now here's another area of a little nuance within the Hebrew. So the LXX says Hamas, right? Hamas, okay. And the Masoretic says Chames, 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 Chames. So one is Chames and one is Hamas, Hamas, and one is Chames. It's a dialect. It's a little nuance of vocalization right there. Be that as it may, here let's read it. Af. So the af is like a yay. The af is like the af. We'll read it first and we'll break it down. Af belab olota tif alun ba'aretz chamasa yedekem te falesun. Here. So the af, scroll down here, af. Af is like a particle, af, like yea, much more, indeed, furthermore, af. Af belab olota tif alun. Right, yea, in heart, your work wickedness. Moreover, moreover, right, believe, in heart, in your inner mind, your intent, right, olot, right. Interesting, or some would point it as avelot, but here as olot from awel, olot, avel, right, evel, injustice. The sense of this word is like twistedness, right? Awal, right? Doing wrongfully. But it has like a root sense of distortion, right? You're distorting, right? Perverting the course of justice. Af beleba olota tif alun ba'aretz, right? Tif alun, faal, you make. But notice this here, this word tif alun from pa'al means to make, but to make systematically. So you talk about systematic racism, systematic injustice, habitually, right? This word fa'al has a sense of doing in the sense of practice, right? And if they practice this unjust system, they basically have perfected injustice, Because practice makes perfect, right? They make systematically. Tif alun, tif palun, tif palun, tif alun, right? They pa'al. It's a systematic injustice. Af belev olota tif alun, Ba'aretz, in the earth, in the land, Hamas, right? They do Hamas. You heard about Hamas? They do violence. Hamas, right, means violence, wrong, cruelty, injustice. Hamas, violence, wrong. Or in the sense of like filthy lucre, unjust gain. Hamas, to do wrong, to mistreat, whether it's physical wrong, ethical wrong, physical and ethical wrong, right? But it has a sense of like violence and mistreatment, right? So here it says Ba'aretz, in the land, in the earth, Hamas, violence, right? Tifalesum, right? Yedekem, slika. Ba'aretz Hamas yedekem, your hands, yedekem, the hands of y'all, Tifalesun, Baretza Hamasa Yedekem, Tifalesun, Falas, to weigh, right? Tifalesun, to weigh, to make level, right? They weigh out, right? They prepare, the sense revolve. But notice the way here is like mentally. So when toward the heart, it's talking about the mind, right? What's going on in the mind, what's going on in the heart. So here in this verse, KJV wise, right here, yea, in heart, you'll work wickedness, you'll weigh the violence, the Hamas, Yedei Kem of your yad, right? Of your yad. So yad is a hand, Yedei is hands of, Kem, hands of your hand, your power, your strength, right? Not just literally hands, but you know, so in heart, you'll work wickedness, scheming to pervert the course of justice. First part of the verse, af belave olota tif alun, right? Your way out. In Job chapter 31, around about verse 6, Job 31, verse 6, it says, let me be weighed in a just balance. So in Job chapter 31, verse 6, right, Eob says, let me be weighed. Yes, weigh me, but let me be weighed in a just balance. Let me be judged by a just courts and just judges and a just law, right? That's the sense there, right? Let me be weighed in a just balance. Scales are an instrument for righteous dealing, right? What they call fair dealing, but fear, what they mean by fear, it's a funny word there, but by just and righteous, right, dealing, right, and good business, proper weighing. But these men, they employ them for the purpose of doing violence to the innocent. That's the second part of the verse. Your way, your way, right? Tifalesun, right? Your way, palas, your way, not the violence, the Hamas, Yedei the violence of your hands, right? The Hamas, Yedei right? Right? You'll weigh that Ba'aretz, in the land, right? So what was going on in the land? We can extend it to the earth, but the epicenter of what that we were talking about was what's happening in the land. Ba'aretz, right? So the full right here, the second verse, Af, Belev Olota Tif Alun, Ba'aretza Chamasa Yedekem, Te Falesun. Here, to the third verse, the Gimel verse here, opening section, arraignment. The wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies right here. As soon, right, from the belly, right? As soon as they be born, right? The beten is the belly, right? As soon as they be born or from the belly, right? From the belly, they're speaking lies. Zoru Rishaima Meyarachem. Ta'ua Mia Betena Dobreya Kazab. Zoru, right? From Zor. Zoru is like to be strange, to become a foreigner, become loathsome of breath, right? To become strange or alienated. To turn aside is the kind of literal sense, right? But they're strange, they're profane, right? Can also have a sense of commit adultery, right? They adulterate, right? The way, the truth, and the life. Zoru, Rishaim, the ratchet, the defiant ones, Rasha, right? Zoru, Rishaim, Meya Rachem, from the Rachem. The Rachem, or Rechem. The Rechem is the womb. The Rechem, the womb man, right? The womb, the Rechem, right? This is the word for the matrix, right? In the Hebrew. So let's reread this, right? The wicked, the Rishaim, are estranged from the matrix. Zoru Rishaim Meya Rachem. May from Rachem. May Rachem from the womb. Ta'u. They ta'a. Right? Ta'a, they err, they wander, they go astray, they stagger. Right? This can also be like somebody like who's drunk, intoxicated, or in sin, right? Ethically, or like the wandering of the mind, to wander, right? Ta'a, right? Ta'u. They do this, right? They wander, right? Intoxication or being misled, right? Being misled or caused to err mentally or morally, right? They vacillate, right? Real or stray, almost like go to and fro, like wandering, right? Tau mia beten, right? Me from the beten, from the belly. So we have the rachem, the womb, right, or the matrix, and we have the beten. The beten is the belly. So here it says ta'u, they go astray, and mia beten, from the belly, dovre kaza, dovre is the speakers of, dovre, speaker of, the speakers of, chazab, dovre chazab, the speakers of, right, from the dabar, to speak, dovre, the speakers of chazab, the speakers of chazab, the speakers of lies, right, of the lie, of untruth, of falsehood, of that which is deceptive, right? So here, this verse, and this brings out the, when it says as soon as they be born, that's a false translation, right? It says as soon as they be born, it says me beten, right? Me from the beten, me beten from the belly, right? So the wicked are estranged from the matrix, from the womb. They go astray, right, from the belly, right? Dovrei kazab. So the wicked here, Rishaim, right, come from the singular Rasha, the wicked, the criminal, the guilty ones, right? The guilty ones, descriptive of the corrupt judges. So the judges that are corrupting the course of justice, they are actually the guilty ones. They are the criminals, right? They are the criminals, Rishaim, right? Descriptive of the corrupt judges, right? And it says Zoru, right? Zoru. They are estranged. They are adulterated, right? From the principles of equity, right? Remember the previous verse, the Mesharim, right? Mesharim, right? The equity, Mesharim, right? From equity that should control, and it should manage and control the exercise of their authority. Because remember, the authority of the judges was basically, Elohim, right? The judges were even called and referred to collectively as the Elohim. This is why you see in courts they have "In God We Trust." Because the God basically in the court truly is the judge, according to the principles of law, modern and more so ancient law. I mean, not God, you know what I mean? But they are the gods, because remember, they rule over those things that are aspects that God, right, the creator, right, build or destroy, right, in other words, over life and death. You know what I'm saying? Over one's funds and finances, over, incarceration, you know what I mean? Taking away your freedom. You see what I'm saying? These are also considered to be godlike functions. But in the Hebrew, I'm seeking to just drive home the connection to the proper interpretation of Psalm 82, verse 6, Hebraically. So these judges, right? These judges, they are estranged, adulterated from the matrix, from the womb, right? They have gone astray. They go astray from the belly. Doing what? Speaking lies, right? Dobre kazab. In fact, dobre kazab actually means like the speakers of lies, right? Dobre, the speakers of lies, right? Not just speaking lies. It can mean that, but it's like the speakers of the lie, the speakers of untruth, the speakers of falsehood, right? And the falsehood is their perverted judgments, right? Condemning the innocent, right? And vindicating the guilty, right? From the womb. They were born with this inclination. They were born that way. They were born that way. This is what this is saying. This verse here is saying they were born that way, right? This verse is telling us that they were, when I first heard me say they were born that way, I'm like, what? No, we're thinking of these thoughts and those thoughts. But actually, I came across this verse and the Holy Spirit said, well, look, they were born that way, right? They were born that way. This verse tells us that right there, right? The wicked are estranged from the womb, right? Zoru Rishaim me rachem. They go astray as soon as they be born, right? The speakers of the lie, the speakers of falsehood. Ta'u ami beten dobreya kaza, right? They were born that way, born with the inclination to evil. They were born with what Hebraically we call the inclination to evil, the Yetzer Ra'ah, the Yetzer Ra'ah, the Yetzer Hara, right? They have an inclination to the Hara, to the Ra, to the evil, right? Not a Yetzer Hatob, not an inclination to the good, the beneficial. And it has become ingrained, right, in their nature, right? You say a habit, the elect of God teach the wisdom of the elect of God. He says a habit once formed becomes like an incurable second nature, right? It's become ingrained in their nature through repeated exercise. Remember we talked about the word what was it, pa'al, right? Pa'al, where it speaks, where was it? It was tif alun. They work, right? Wickedness. They do this habitually. It's systemically. It's systemic, like injustice, right? So this also points to injustice becoming systemic, right? So 2 points here in this psalm right here. They were born that way. Boom, this verse, right? And systemic injustice, right? How justice can become systemized, right? Habitualize, right? In the whore's law, especially, right? In the biatch's law, right? That's the bitch, the whore, Babylon, right? But also here, interesting enough, right? It's not just Babylon, but here, even among Dawid and even among the righteous, because people, right? The choices, right? So right here, one more time, here this verse, Zoru Rishai, Meya Rachem, Taua Miyabeten, Dobre Kazab. Here to the fourth verse, the Dalet verse, right? This section right here, still giving the arraignment of these corrupt judges. Their poison, like the poison of a serpent, like the deaf adder that stoppeth her ear. It says right here, that stoppeth her ear, like the poison, the Hebrew, according to the likeness. So early in the notes, we touched on the kamo. We're going to bring it out here, according to the likeness, right? And then this note right here, the adder or asp, right? An asp. And we're talking about peten. The venomous snake, right? Some say it could be a cobra, adder, or a viper, right? But from its root word to twist, right? If you look at snakes on the desert, they move sideways. An ass from its contortions, right? Let's bring out the verse right here. Chamata lamo kia demuta chamata nachash. Kamo feten cheresha yaetem Ozno, Yaten Ozno, right? So right here, what do we have here? Chamat. So the word for poison here from chema, right? Chema, right? The cham means hot, go ham, right? So here we have chema, heat, rage. So here in the verse, chamat is like a heat, a rage, but it's pointed in the sense of a poison. It's almost like, not that anyone hopefully would get bit by a snake, but it is said that sometimes getting bit by certain venomous creatures, right? Once one start to feel heat, it's like they get a fever. They start to feel heat. You know what I mean? So that poison and the heat, the hamat, right? The venom, the poison, used in the figurative sense, but then the burning anger and rage is also hamat, right? So all that's in this word, heat in the basic sense, fever, right? Figuratively, it can be poison or anger, and how anger can be like venom, right? Right. That's why the principle of forgive is very, very important for the forgiver, right? Because the heat, chamat lamo, the heat for them, ki demut is like ki demut, chamat lamo. So it says the heat la le'amo, the heat for them, chamat lamo, ki is like demut, ki demut, right? The demut, it's a similitude, slika, a similitude, a likeness, demut, right? It resembles, right? It's modeled after, it's shaped like, it be like, demut, chamat lamoa ki demuta, chamat nachash. It's like the chamat, it's like the chamat, it's like the anger, the poison, the venom of the nachash. So here, even in this verse, it shows how the chema, chamat, is in a twofold sense. The chamat lamo, like their anger, right? The anger, the heat, the anger for them, kia demut, it bears the likeness of the chamat, the venom of a nachash. So their anger, right? Their heat, their rage, right, is like the poison of a nachash. So here we have chamat nachash. Nachash is the serpent, right? Or snake, a serpent, nachash, right? Nachash, right? Some say from the nachash, some say, right? It goes on to say, kamo, like the feten, like the feten, right? Like the adder, right? Cheresh, right? Cheresh yaetem ma'ozno, cheresh, that does what? Where's the deaf? The deaf. Charesh. There we go. Charesh. Charesh is to be deaf. Charesh. Charesh. Whether literal or spiritual. Charesh. That's significant, right? Understanding the language in its literal and its metaphoric sense. Charash. Come from charash. Charash here means to be silent. It means to be dumb. It means to be speechless, like not speaking. Like I was dumb. Oh, you were stupid? No, no, no. I said I was dumb. I didn't speak. I was quiet. I showed deafness, like I couldn't hear what they were saying. This is the sense of the cheresh. So here it says cheresh, right? Cheresh, right? Ya'etain, ya'etain ozno. That ya'etain, that atam is to shut, to close, atam. Whether it could be to shut the mouth, shut the lips, shut the ears of the wicked, of the rishaim, the ratchet, the criminal, the guilty, stopping their ears in a figurative sense. They don't hear, right? So it's to close. Atam, yaetem ozno, yaetem ozno. So they close, right? Ozno. So the way it's pointed here, actually, ozno, is actually pointed as his ear, right? Ozen. Let me look at this right here because the translator says her. Well, here the adder is defined as masculine. The fetin is masculine. So I don't know why they said her ears there, right? Stoppeth her ears there. And the serpent here, Nachash, is also a noun masculine. So Nachash, right, for the serpent, and the petin for the adder, the asp. So what do we have here, right? Right, their venom, chamat, their poison, chamat, their chema, chamat, their poison. The words that fall from their lips are deadly, just like a snake's poison. right? Like the deaf asp, right? That stoppeth her ear, right? That's been the usual translation. Let me look down at the Tanakh and see if there's indication. Asno, Osno, Osno, right? Not Aznaha, Aznah, but Osno. So I don't know why they said that right there, but it's ears. So way we read this here in the Hebrew is his ears. But let's just read on. It says, against the voice of the charmer, right? So stopping the ear is against the voice of the charmer, right? We have Jeremiah 8 and 17, just for one, 8 and 17, here a little, there a little, 8 and 17. Let's see if we get some insight here, right? Okay, that's 18. Here we go, 17. It says, for behold, I will send serpents, cockatrices among you, that not charmed, they won't be charmed, and they shall bite you, saith Yahweh. Wow. Here it says, Kia hinaniya me shaleacha bakem ne hashim. Sifonim asher ra'ena lahem lachash we nishku etkem neum Yahuwah we nishku they shall bite etkem, they shall bite you all, we nishku etkem neum Yahuwah, right? So here we get this sense here, as we have right here, right? These judges are deaf, right? You say spiritually deaf. Yaetem ozno atam. They have shut up. They've shut up their ears, stopped their ears from hearing, right? They've closed their ears. Yaetem ozno. But what was the word figuratively or spiritually? Oh, it was over here, the deaf. Cheresh, where it says deaf, whether literally deaf, but it's not talking about literal deafness, but there's a psycho-spiritual deafness, a psychological or spiritual deafness. Their soul and their spirit is deaf, right? Is deaf to the whisperings of conscience. It's like it says in the Brit Chadasha. It's like their conscience has been burned with a hot iron, with an iron that is cham, a hot iron, right? So right here, once again, chamata lamoa kia demuta chamata nachash. Kamo feten cheresha yaetem ozno. Here to the fifth verse to close out this section here. You say like the first part, right? The first part, right? And then we have versicles. Here's the hey verse, right? The fifth verse right here. So continuing in the simile, right? Who, right, or they who will not, right, hearken to the voice of charmers. Charming, right? It says never so or ever so wisely. Charmers. Be the charmer never so cunning or ever so cunning, right? You know that English thing. Never ever, never ever, ever never, right? Ever never. This is still part of the previous verse. It continue with Asher, they who. So their venom is like the venom of a serpent, and they are like the deaf ass that stoppeth, right, its ear, right, his ear, ozno, that hearkeneth, right, or will not hearken to the voice of charmers, or of the most cunning binder of spells. The most cunning binder of spells, the Hebrew here. Asher loa yishma. Asher, those who don't, yishma, they will not hear and obey. Lo yishma, they will not hear and obey. Lo yishma likol, they will not hear and obey to the voice. Asher lo yishma likol milachashim, Chober Chabarim. Chober Chabarim. Right? Me Chukam. Who is wise? Me Chukam. Even the wise, right? A very wise binder, right? What it said, the binder of spells. So let's break down some of these words right here. The charmers here, right? It says lachash, right? So that is the root word in the melachashim. Melachashim. the lachash. Milachshin is the charmer, the whisperer, the conjurer, right? The whisperer, to whisper to each other. To whisper, like somebody give you a suggestion. Yeah, man. I think why don't you do that, man? I think that'd be a good thing to do, like the whisperer. By implication, it can be in a sense to mumble a spell, right? Or in the magician sense. Now, it's interesting because people talk about magic, but here, what is Dawit talking about right here, right? So, right here, right? And I notice in the hard copy that we have of the Sefer Tehillim, under that verse, right? Under that verse, they don't go into any more, right? There's not how can we say there's not a study footnote or point of reference or anything like that, right? But we'll bring it out right here because here in the Hebrew says Asher lo yishma likol melachashim, to the voice of the charmers, melachashim, the whisperers, chober chabarim, chober chabarim, chober. So chober come from chabar and chabarim. So now when we say shalom chabarim, it basically is pointing to this Hebrew root. There's a two truths, the two truths here, right? Right, the literal sense and the figurative applied sense. So chabarim, right, means to unite, to join, to bind together, to be joined together, to be in league. This is the general Hebrew word for like fellowship. Fellowship with, to be compact with. The secondary use is like to be a charmer, right? The root sense that we have of chabar, right, is to unite, to be joined. Even the city Hebron, the city of David and of the Judahites, and when David ruled for the 7 years, they were united with him. They were joined with him. They were Dawid's. The tribe of Judah was David's Chabarim until 7 years later, the other 10, or so tribes came and they recognized Dawid as king. The secondary use of this word, so the literal sense, the direct sense, and the implied sense, is to tie magic charms, to bind, chabar, right? Chabar. So to unite, to make an ally, one who is one's ally, chabarim, to be joined to, right? To join together, to make an alliance, to make a league. So the primitive sense of this is to join, literally or figuratively, because a charmer that's using charm or magic, so to speak, is basically binding other things together, joining other things together to make their, quote, magic work, right? Specifically by means of spells, right? To fascinate. So this word has like a twofold sense, you know what I mean? But here it's saying to the chober. So the chober, right, from the cheber. Remember the cheber here, chabarim, is an association from the same root meaning of the chabar that we just touched on. So the phrase here is chober, chover chavarim, chober chabarim, translated as a cunning binder, right? Some say a a binder of spells, right? In that sense. But the other sense of chabar, chabarim is association, a company, a band, right? Shared association, society, LOJ, right? Line of Judah society, that sense of chabarim. The next sense can be a magician, a charmer, or spell, right? Right? So society, in the sense of society, cheber, right? But it also can have a use of spell right there. So charming never so wisely, right? Hukamim. Hukamim is from hakam. Hukamim is from the pu'al sense. You see the pu'al? Pu'al, hukamim, to be made wise. So even from the most the charmer that has wisdom, that know what they're doing, still can't get across these snakes, right? Still can't get across. These snakes are not going to listen. You know what I mean? Yes, right? So here, wisdom, to be wise, right? Chukamim, to be wise in word, to be wise in mind, in word or act, right? It says like Moshe was learned in all the wisdom of the Egypts, mighty in word and in deed. So right here, right? To conclude this section, Asher lo yishma l'kola melachashim chover chabarim ameh chukam. Here. So here We now go to here we're at the sixth, the wow verse. So now each one of these to the end, right, is singular verses, right, under the general, title of Unjust Judges Condemned. The opening, like 5 verses KJV wise, was the judge's arraignment, right? And this right here is part of this unique style of David in this psalm right here. Break their teeth, O Elohim, O judge, O creator, judge, right? Break their teeth, Elohim, in their mouth. Break out the great teeth of the young lions, O Yahweh, O Yahweh, he who be, Elohim, harasa, shnemo, befimo, malatiota, kfarim, netot, Yahweh, netot, Yahweh. Break out there, shatter there, Elohim, creator, right? Judge, Elohim, haras. So here we have haras, to break, to overthrow, to tear down, haras, to ruin, haras, right? Oh Elohim, haras, shenemo, shenei of Amo, shenei, the teeth of Amo, the teeth of them. Amo, the suffix of them. Shenemo, the shen, right? Shene of Mo, of Amo, the teeth, the tooth, the teeth of them, their teeth, right? Lex taliones, the teeth, right? So break out Shenemo, their teeth. Elohim harasa Shenemo bifimo, in their fe, right? In their pe, right? Sometimes pointed as pe, here finemo, right? Befimo, right? In their mouth, right? Break out the teeth in their mouth. Here, Elohim harasa shenemo befimo, maltiot. What is the maltiot? Right? The maltiot is the malta'a. Malta. What's malta'a? Malta'a is the great tooth, that like the incisor teeth. The incisor teeth, the great tooth. Maltiot, the incisor teeth, right? The incisor teeth. Maltiot, the grinder teeth. The teeth are the grinders. Maltiot, right? The back tooth, right? The back teeth. Maltiot, right? Kufarim, right? Kufarim come from kafir. Kafir is a young lion. So the word kafir, you see the word kafir in Hebrew, it can apply to a young lion or a village. So villages, we're called a kafirim, right? But here, kafirim refers to the young lions. Now, some say the association is by the covering, kapar, like kippur, kafar, covered over, like the young lions, therefore being covered over with a mane, just as the villages, right, were covered in by walls, right? Like the wall villages, or some villages were covered in by like trees and other things that were covered over, right? That sense of the covering sense is why this word can apply to either or. Excuse me. But the context here is the young lions. Why the kafirim? Right? Why the kafirs? Right? The kafirs. Because the young lions were ferocious enemies. Because the young lions, they had a lot of bones to pick. You know what I mean? They had to get up their weight, the young lions. You know what I mean? It's like them youngins. You see what I'm saying? They're ferocious. Right? That's why this verse is written this way. Now, this also pointing to the time of Absalom, right? His son, when his son had that rebellion and sought to take the kingdom, he had a lot of the youths with him as well. You know what I'm saying? So the Kipharim, right? So here, Elohim harasa shenemo befimo, maltiota kifrima nitots, Yahweh, nitots, right? So the word to break out from the natat, to pull down, to pull out, to overthrow, the sense of breaking out teeth, right? To pull down, to break out, to tear down, right? Tear them down. Render them, basically, this is to say, like in the animal world, and those who are governed by the animal and the bestial instinct, this is to render them incapable of doing harm. So if an animal did not have any teeth, right? You know what I mean? Like if a lion, for example, didn't have no teeth, right? And the lion was going to attack you. Now its weight would be something because the lion is very heavy. You know what I mean? 400, 500 pounds, some of them, right? So that can basically break bones. But as far as eating you up, there'll be no teeth there. One will be able to so-called slip out of that situation. So this is what Dawid is mentioning here. Let's go on to the Zayn verse. Pasuk Zayn, right? Zayn, let them melt away as waters that run continually. He bendeth, right, his arrows, make them be as cut in pieces. Now, I purposely didn't read the italicization because when we read it like without the italicization and read the Hebrew, often is closer to the sense of the Hebrew. Make them melt away as waters, run continually. He bendeth his arrows, make them be as cut in pieces. Right? So the sense is bendeth his arrow upon a bow, but bow to shoot is not there. Which when his bow to shoot, all not there. Let's get the Hebrew here. Ye maasu. Ye maasu kamoa maim. Ye maasu. Let them flow, let them melt. Right? Like melt away. Maas. Ye maasu. Let them melt. Kamo, like as kamo maim. Kamo maim. Kamomayim, like the waters, right? Ye maasua kamomayima yitahalakua. Let them walk, let them do the halaka, let them halak. Yitahalakua lamo, right? For them, right? For them, right? Yidaroka chitzav, Yidaroka Hitzayoa Kamoa Yita Molalo. So there's two parts of this right here. Break down this verse right here. First part is let them melt away as waters that run apace. So the word run continually is halak, halaku, right? Which means like to go, like to flow or to go, right? Like water proceeding to go, right? As water go, as water walk, literally walk, but brings out the sense of running continually or running in paces. Like when water's running in paces, that runneth a pace. So let's do the first part first, right here. Ye ma'asu, ye ma'asu, make they ma'as, make them ma'as, ye ma'asu, ye ma'asu. Let them be rejected, despised, refused. The secondary sense, as you see down there, the Nephi, right? Yema'asu is to flow, to run. Yema'asu, right? Let them be spurned. Yema'asu, disappear. Yema'asu, right? Yema'asu. Like if you spill water and water is like rolling and then it's like disappearing in the ground or whatever, that's this kind of the sense, one of the senses of it. Yema'asu, or kamo, like ma'im, like the Ma'im, like waters, right? Like waters, right? Like waters, yitahalaku, let it walk, let it go, right? Lamo, let it go for them. Yitahalaku, lamo, let it go for them. So he is thinking, what the thought here of the author Lid Dawid is thinking of a bed, like the bed of the river, right? That rushes in a torrent. You ever see a bed of a river rushing in a torrent during the rainy season? You ever look at the rivers like in rainy season, rushing, right? But then when you look at it in summertime, it can dry up in summer, right? This is like kind of like the word pick right here that's brought out in the first part of this seventh verse right here. Yamasu kamo ma'im yitahalaku alamo yitahalaku lamo, and then it says he bendeth his arrow. That's what's there. The italicized words are not there. Yidroka chitzayo. Yidrok. So the word here is darak. Darak. Now remember that the word Derek, like the name Derek, right? Derek means way. It means like the way, the truth, ha Derek, the way, the truth, and life, Derek, right? So here is the verb. Darak means to tread, to try. It also means to bend. Like if you have a bow and you put your foot on one part of it and you bend the bow, that's the idea there. The tread, but darak literally can mean to march. Darak. Here it says yidarok. He will darak. He will tread on it while bending the bow. Like you bend the bow, right? To tread on. There we go, the fourth entry, to tread. When you bend the bow, right? Using their foot to bend the bow back. The archer, they're the bow benders because they have to bend the bow, have that strength to bend the bow, right? Because the bow is very strong, but it can be flexible. But you know what I mean? Bend that bow. But sometime in stringing it up, right? Like in the he feel sense right here, you can see to tread, to bend with the foot, a bow, to bend the foot, a bow, right? To trod on the bow with your foot, to tread, right? The implications to walk, but in the sense of what's being mentioned here in the Hebrew, yidaroka chisaya, Yidrok Hitzayo, right? Is to bend like the string, right? Also the string a bow, right? By treading on it in bending, right? Treading on it and bending, right? Because sometimes they will use their foot to really get a nice tight bend and then hold it in position and then aim it up. You know what I mean? Depends on the sniper, for a far shot by treading on it in bending, right? So he treadeth, right? He treadeth chitzayo, his arrow, right? The sense of this here actually is more better translated as not so much he just bends his arrow, right? Looking at it literally, right? But in the darak sense of yidaroka chitzayo, that he aims. See, by stretching the bow, right, to put the arrow there is for your aim, right? So he treads on it, places his arrow, then takes the bow up and aims it. That's the kind of sense, but the shortness and the brevity of words, it brings out the action here. Yitaroka chisayo, kamo yitamolalo, kamo, like, right? Yitamolalo, like what? Like mul, molalo, right? To be circumcised, right? Like that which, so make while he's getting his arrows ready, make them be circumcised, make them be cut, like the arrows be broken in a sense, therefore they can have no harm. Yitamolalo, right? Right? Cut, curtail, circumcise, the implications blunted. May the arrows not be sharp, may they be blunted, or may they be broken. When he aimeth, this is the likely translation, meaning when one of these wicked men, Rishaim, shoots at an intended victim, may his arrows be blunted and basically become harmless. Right? Thus, the verse here, Ye ma'asu kamo ma'ima yitahalakua lamo. Yidaroka chitzayo kamoa yitamolalu. Here to the chet to the eighth verse right here. These are individual versicles, right? Like individual imprecations, almost like curses or consequences, right? So when it says make this happen to them, make that happen to them, from verse 7, break their teeth, right? Make them melt away, flow away, dissipate, and here make them be as a snail, and like a snail that melteth, right? Make, right, pass away. The untimely birth of a woman, right, implying either a miscarriage or even could be an abortion or miscarriage, they may not see the sun. They may not see the sun. So taking out the italics, it's the force of it. As a snail melteth, as a snail like melteth, make them melt, right? Make pass away, right? The untimely birth of a woman, they may not see the sun. It has that more of that kind of tightness. Kamo shablula temesa ya halok nefel nefele sheta bala chazu shamesh. So kamo shablu, like a shablul. What's the snail? The snail is called the shablul. Shablul, a snail. Kamo, like a snail, as if floating in its own slime, as a snail. Kamo shablu, temes, right? Temes, right? Dissolve. May they melt, may they dissolve, right? Dissolve, right? It's like as wax before the fire, that sense. Kamo shablua temes, yahaloka nefel, yahalok, yahalok nefel, yahalok, right? To pass, halak, halok, right? To pass, right? Nefel, nefel is the word here for untimely, nefel. Nefel, like an untimely birth, whether it's an abortion, nefel. Nefel come from nafal. Nafal means to fall, basically to fall in that sense. So untimely birth in the sense of an abortion, nefel, right, and miscarriage, nefel, right, nefel, right. The untimely birth. So here in the verse it says nefel, right, nefel ashet, right, the nefel of an ashet of a woman, a wife, a woman, nefel ashet, bal chazu. Bal chazu, that will not see, that will not chaza, that may not chaza. Bal chazu, as they who will not see. Right? The sense of seeing here is an interesting sense of seeing. It's more like chazon mean like a vision. Chazon is like revelation is chazon, to see, right? But the sense of this is like to see, to experience, as we see in this sense right here, where it says to perceive, to see by experience, right? To see, to perceive, like to experience, right? Bala chazu shamesh, bala chazu shamesh. So the shamesh here is here we got the shamesh, the sun, that will not see the sun, right? So what do we have here? Like a snail, a shablul, right? So the theme here is on the snail, like a snail, right? Like a snail, make they be like a snail that melteth and passeth away, is the sense, better translation of the sense. Kamo, like shablu, a snail, temes, that melteth, yahalok, right? Yahlok, that melteth and goes and like passes away, like goes on, melteth, right? So what's the idea right here? This is alluding to the popular belief there used to be and still might be amongst people, right? Right, like in a childlike innocency, right? A popular belief that the slimy trail, some see the slimy trail of the snail that the snail leaves behind in its track as the dissolution of its substance. So some have seen like a snail and there's a slime track, and they say, well, that's the snail. As it moves on, it's becoming less of what it is. So this is what is kind of wrapped up here within this in this bar, in Dawid's bars here in the Psalms. Kamo shablu temese yahlok nefele sheta bal chazua shamesh. Right, untimely birth. This brought out as we mentioned, an abortion or miscarriage or stillborn. Right? This is the judgment for these kind of judges. It reminds me of what was said concerning Iscariot, Judas, Yehuda, Iscariot, Ishkariot. It says it would have been better if he was never even born. You check that there. It was better, Messiah said that it'd been better, like for some, if they were never even born. And so that's just something to meditate on, right? But be it as it may, one more time, Kamo Shablu, Temesa Yahalok, Nefele Shet, Bal Chazu Shamesh. Here to the eighth verse, the ninth verse right here. What do we have right here? Before your pots can feel the thorns, he shall take them away as with the whirlwind, both living and in wrath. Both living and in wrath. The Hebrew sense of as living as wrath. As living as wrath. What does this mean, Chaveri? Let's touch on the Ivrit, the Yehudit, the Hebrew here. Bit rema yabinu. Bit rem yabinu wa sirotekem. Atad, Kamo Chai, Kamo Haron, Yisarein. What do we have here? Biteran. First part first, Biteran Yabino. Biteran, before. Biteran. Teran, got to go down here because they don't have a link up there in the KJV. The Teran. The Teran means before. Biteran. as not yet, before that, before, biterem, biterem yabinu, before they can be, right? Biterem yabinu, before they can discern, right? Yabin, before they can understand, consider. Biterem yabin, before they can understand, before they can consider. Like if I say, hit them, biterem yabino, biterem yabino, hit them, biterem yabino, hit them before, right, they can discern like what's going on, like before they can consider. But here, biterem yabino, right? B'taram yabino sirote kem atad. Sirote kem. Sirot. So the sir, sirah, sir and sirah is the word for pot. So here we have sirot. Sirot are pots. Like pots, sirot. Sirote kem. Before, right, your pots. Right? Before your pots. Sirote kem. Right? Atad. Atad. Atad is thorn, right? The bramble bush, the buckthorn, right? The threshing atad, right? The meaning of thorn, meaning thorn, also called Abel Mitzrayim, right? And then it goes into the places atad, but atad is like the thorn tree, from the idea of piercing, right? Before they can pierce, right? So what is brought out right here? Before your pots can feel the thorns, or before your pots, right, before the pots can discern, before they can discern the bramble bush. What does this mean? B'tarem yabino sirotekem atad. Here, this is derived from what happens in the desert, what happens in the midbar, in the araba, what happens in the desert. So what happens in the desert? Where the traveler gathers thorns. What do they gather? They gather the atad, the thorns, right? They gather thorns. For what purpose? Well, they gather thorns as fuel, as a fuel to cook his food. However, you know what happens like sometime in the Araba, the desert, or in the Midbar? What can happen is that a dust storm suddenly arises that scatters them before they burn up sufficiently. So you're in the desert cooking something, it's cool right now, but then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a dust storm comes and your food is not even really fully cooked, right? It's not even fully done, right? Before they're fully done. B'tarem yabinu sirotekem atad. Second part of the verse here, right? It says, Kamo chai, kamo haron, yis areinu. Kamo chai, kamo haron, yis areinu. So what's the kamo chai? Kamo chai as a living, kamo haron, right? Kamo haron. So the haron, here we have haron, not charon, but haron, haron. What's the haron? Haron is anger in the sense of heat or the burning, like the burning of anger. And here it says that this is always used of Elohim's anger, the charon, right? The burning. So it's anger was a sense of burning, right? In the charon, because charon come from chara. Chara means to be hot, furious, to kindle, to be incensed, right? To be incensed or vexed, right? But it's more from a fire when it glows, right? It grows warm, right? It blaze up, haron. So here it says, kamo chai, as the chai. Chai is living, right? The basic sense of chai is living, right? Chai. But in the Hebrew, the word living also means the greenness of vegetation, chai. So vegetation, when it's green, is chai, it's living. Water, when it's flowing, when water is flowing, living water, is fresh water, it's chai. Man, when man is lively up yourself, activate, active, right? Activity, then man is chai, he is living, right? The sense of reviving. Springtime, when springtime comes in, it's like the high time, right? Now, what's interesting about this word right here, as we get into its usage, right? Kamo chai, as that which is alive. But here, the sense of the Hebrews from the second of the two truths to understand this verse here, right? As living and in wrath. What? As living and as in wrath? What's that mean, Chaverim? Here, as living means that which is raw, right? So that raw flesh. So imagine, as you said, the pots before their pots can feel the thorns, or before it can discern the burning of the bramble bush that's causing the fuel for the fire, right? What happens? Something happens, right? He will sweep it away with a whirlwind. What? So before your pots can really cook the food, right? Can feel the thorns, can cook the food, something is going to happen, right? It says, Kamochai, right? Like the raw part, Kamo Haron, and like the part that's burning of whatever is cooking, right? Yisarenu, Yisarenu, Yisar, Sa'ar, Yisarenu, right? He will storm, right? He will storm, bristle, storm. This is like the storm, the sense of the whirlwind, right? The storm away, Elohim's action against the wicked. He will cause a storm. He'll bring the storm, right? The implication of a storm. Well, you ever been in a storm? Sometimes you shiver. It's kind of like, wow, you don't know what's going to happen. It's a storm, right? Yis areinu, right? He will sweep it away. Yis areinu, right? Let's look at Yis areinu. Let's see right here. Okay, it has the dagesh in the middle of the noon right there. So Yis areinu, that will be him, right? Right. Okay, there. Okay, Yis areinu. He will sweep them away. So what this is speaking about, the Hebrew is variously explained, right? Here we have a literal living and kamo haron, kamo chai, kamo haron, right? But the more better translation is the roar and the burning, the roar and the burning. The roar is the high, right? The high, the living, right? In the sense right here, the fresh, like raw flesh, right? The fresh part that's not cooked, right? And the charon is the part that is kind of partially cooked. So the Hebrew being explained in a variously, it refers to the raw and the partially cooked food, right? In the sirot, remember the pots, right? For your pots, right? Partially cooked food, right? And or the raw meat and the burning thorns, right? So it could either be the raw part, right? Part of it was cooked, part of it's not cooked, or it can refer to this the raw food and the burning, right? The burning of the thorns. Like, because look, when the wind come and blow down the pot, knock everything off, boom, you see the raw food there, and then some of the thorns are still a little bit burning, but there go the meal, so to speak, right? And the burning thorns. In the RV, the Revised Version of the Bible, they translate it as the green and the burning alike, the green and the burning alike of the collected fuel, right? The fuel being the thorns right here. Let's just scroll down here. Yeah, there we go, just so you can see that. Some alternatives from the Hebrew. Before the kindling is even placed under your pots, he will sweep it away, yisarenu, right, along with both the raw and the cooked meat. Or as we have in the NHEB, before your pots can feel the heat of the thorns, right? He will sweep away the green, right? The green, because it doesn't have to be flesh in the pot, it could be some green, because chai can apply to that. Chai, fresh greens, chai, fresh meat, right? But here it says sweep away the green and the burning alike. B'tarem yabino sirotekem atad. Kamo chai, kamo charona yis'arein. Here, bringing it forward, right, to the yod, to the 10th verse, next to last verse right here, right, these closing verses here. The righteous shall rejoice when he seeth the vengeance. Now I'm laughing because I'm thinking, like, so far what you see right here is like these words that David says after the like fifth, right, verse KJV wise, right, leading to this verse. Break their teeth, right, make them melt away, flow away like water, right, make them be as a snail. And here's like before their pots, before their meal can even cook. So even their meal get knocked away, right? They should have no food, and then when all that has been mentioned in the 4 verses previously, Dawit says this: the righteous shall rejoice when he seeth the vengeance, right? So it's interesting, those 4 verses, right? Part of the vengeance. He shall wash his feet in the blood of the wicked. Look at that, washing your feet in blood, right? Wash your feet in the blood of the wicked. Let's bring this out right here, here. Yismach, Yismach Sadiq, Yismach Sadiq, Yismach Sadiq, Yismach happy, Sadiq, the righteous one, right? The righteous one will be happy, will be glad. Yismach Sadiq, Kia Chaza, when he see, when he perceive. Remember the word Chaza when it says he would not see the sun? One Chaza, Chaza, the same to see, perceive, to look. This is often used in a prophetic sense, to see, right? To see, right, with intelligence, or to see in the sense of to experience, to see, like to see a vision, right? But here it says, Yismach Sadiqa Kia Chaza Nakam. Ki, when he chaza, when he will behold, even in the vision, the nakam, the vengeance. Pe amayo, right? Pe amayo, his steps, right? They say his foot, but really pe amayo, pe amav, his steps. Yirchat bedama harasha, his steps, pe amayo, right? Yirchat, right? He will wash bedam, in the dam, in blood, right? Of harasha, in the blood of the rasha, right? Bedam harasha, right? He will wash his pa'amayo. So here we have pa'ama. It's like the stroke, a beat, a foot, right? It's like a step, right? Like a beat, like a tap, tap beat, right? Occurrence, one time, you hit one time, two time, hit the beat, like the beat, like when in school we used to make the beat on the desk, like the drum beat, but it's like a footstep, right? The sound that the footstep makes in that sense, right? Not the feet, literally. Feet is a regal, but here is like the pa'am, like the footstep, right? But referring, of course, no doubt to the feet, right? The righteous shall rejoice, Yismach Sadiq, when he seeth, right? Seeing side ki chaza nakam, when he has a vision even of the nakam. What's the nakam? The nakam is vengeance, right? Vengeance, to whom vengeance belong, right? Right? The appeal to the one who vengeance belongs, the avengement, the punishment, to say the punishment, right? He shall do what? Yirchat, he shall rachat, he shall wash, in a sense, like bathe, in a sense, bathe his steps, right? Bathe his feet, bedam harasha, in the blood of the wicked. So the nakam is the retribution from Elohim, from Yahweh, to wash his feet, right? Or wash his steps, yirchat, pa'amayo yirchat, right? Wash his feet. The language must be judged as the ancient Eastern or the Oriental, look to the east, as in hyperbole, a hyperbole, like a Hebrew Afro-Shemitic idiom. And of course, is not always to be literally understood, a hyperbole. Yeah, right. So right there, they're there. Better is their blood than ours, right? To wash his steps in the blood of Harasha. Yismach Sadik Akia Chazana Kam Pa'amayo Yirchat Bedam Harasha. Bedam Harasha. Bedam Harasha. Here to the Yod Aleph, Yod Beit, here to the completion verse right here. Right, last verse right here, unjust judges condemn, right? So all of that Dawi imprecates here in this song, Mizmor Nun Chet, right? All of this comes to this, so that a man, so that a who? Here he has Adam, right? So that a Adam is like to say, man low, like regular man, average man, not man of a standing, a station like the East them, you know what I mean? But just a regular man, humanity, right? So that Adam shall say, right? So that a human being shall say, verily in truth, a reward for the right choice, the righteous, right? To do righteousness is the right choice. Verily, he is, right, a Elohim that judgeth in the earth, the KJV translation. He is Who he be? He be a Elohim. He be Elohim, the creator, the judge, right? The almighty power, right? The creator God that judgeth in the earth. Hit the note right there. Okay, where it says a reward, literally in the Hebrew, it says there's fruit. Let's look at it like that. Fruit, right? There's a reward to the righteous. Peri, or pri, right? Fruit. There is fruit. There's produce. There's fruit. Interesting in this time of counting the Omer, right? There's fruit for who? Right? The tzaddik, right? So here. Last verse it says, "We Yomar Adam," and Adam and a man, a human being will say, "We Yomar Adam, ak, indeed, for sure, ak, for sure, there's fruit, there's produce, right? Ak pri la tzaddik, there's produce for the tzaddik, ak pri la tzaddik, ak, for sure, indeed." Yesh Elohim, there exists, that Elohim exists. Now, this is interesting because, in the other psalm where it says, the fool says in his heart, Ain Elohim, there is no God, there's no creator, and therefore there's no judge, right? Here, in the second part of this final verse, it says, Ak, Yesh. Yesh is a particle that means like there exists, there is. As the wicked say, Ain Elohim, there is no Elohim. The righteous would say, Yesh Elohim. There is an Elohim. There is the Creator. There is the Almighty Power, the true Judge. Ak Yesha Elohima Shoftim Ba'aretz. Now, this is interesting here, because here it says, Yesh, there is Elohim. Ak, indeed, Yesh Elohim, right? Shoftim. Now, there's some interesting rareness here about this. Now, why is this interesting here? Because here, right, usually Elohim being a plural in essence, powers in that sense, the sense of powers, right? Strength, might, powers. And usually the verb, when speaking of Yahweh, right, is usually singular, like in Genesis 1 and 1, right, where it says, Bereshith, in Reshith and Chokmah, wisdom, right? Elohim, the powers, he created, bara, not baru, not they created, but Elohim bara, right? Created the heavens and the earth. So usually when we know it's speaking of Yahweh, it's usually the Elohim, right? Is usually, though plural, the verb is singular, right? So he is the powers is he. But with other people's gods, the powers are they, right? Because they just made it up, right? With Yomar Adam Ak Priya Las Arika Aka Yesh Elohim Shoftim Ba'aretz. So let me just bring this out, this basic part of this verse. First part, there's a reward, right? There's a reward for the righteous, right? Let's first get the part where it says so, right? Rather, it is this word here, key word here, ak, indeed. It's like a being emphatic, howbeit. On the other hand, right? On the other hand, right? Ak, verily, indeed, there's fruit for the righteous. Indeed, there is pari, right? Ak pari, las adik. There's fruit, the fruit of action. So fruit can be literal fruit of the ground, fruit, the offspring, children, progeny of the womb of the matrix, or it could be the fruit of actions, right? There's fruitfulness. There's like profit, in other words. For the tzaddik, for the righteous. Here, righteous is in a singular sense, like for the righteous person, for the righteous one, right? So, in the ultimate triumph of right over wrong, of good, right? According to teachers' match of good over evil. This verse brings out this, right? The ultimate triumph of good over evil. Yomar Adam, Ak pri la tzaddik. Ak, for sure, pri, there's fruit. There's fruit, right? La tzaddik. Ak, for sure, yesh Elohim, there exists Elohim. Now, the verb here in the Hebrew is shoftim, right? Not shafta or shafet, right? in the male singular sense. So that judgeth, the verb is plural. The verb here is plural, which is unusual with Elohim being the subject, and usually is unusual with Elohim, right? Referring to Yahweh as the subject. So this once again proves the reasoning of Psalm 82, right? Verse 6, that the Elohim is speaking of the judges, right? So it's almost saying at this concluding verse here, although these judges who are, according to Torah, the Elohim, like in Psalm 82, verse 6, right, and throughout Psalm 82, right, are corrupt, there will be other judges that will judge those judges. This is what it brings out right here, right? Because it says, verily, he is an Elohim. When you look at the construction in the Hebrew, ak yesh Elohim, for sure, indeed, there is Elohim, shoftim, right? Shoftim, right? That judges, right? That judges, Elohim, that judgeth, right? They are the shoftim, the man Elohim that will judge, right? The other judges that were corrupt, right? Ak yesh Elohim shoftim ba'aretz. That's why the notes say that the verb is plural, which is unusual with Elohim, right? Yahweh Elohim as the subject. It does occur, but it's often rare. But our interpretation of that is as with Psalm 82, the judges, the gods are speaking of the men of Israel that were to hold to Torah and to judgment, as with this psalm right here, where there's these unjust judges, you know what I'm saying, that sit in that seat, right? But had corrupted and perverted the course of justice. It reminds me of like Eli, you know, Eli and his sons Hophni and Phinehas, although Eli could be considered to be a somewhat of a righteous guy, but he wasn't very good in disciplining his sons who were wicked, right? And they get replaced by Shemuel. They get replaced by Samuel, right? Shemuel, he replaces them. That sense of they were like the gods, the judges, right? Hophni and Phinehas, but they were corrupt. And they was replaced by ones like Shemuel, Samuel, and Nathan, and Nathan. But here, today's daily psalm, all rise, here, rising to the occasion right here, today's daily psalm. Whoa, Shema Yisrael.
Psalm 58. Do ye indeed speak righteousness, O congregation? Do ye judge uprightly, O ye sons of men? Yea, in heart ye work wickedness. Ye weigh the violence of your hands in the earth.
The wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies.
Their poison is like the poison of a serpent. They are like the deaf adder that stoppeth her ear, which will not hearken to the voice of charmers, charming never so wisely. Break their teeth, O God, in their mouth. Break out the great teeth of the young lions, O Lord. Let them melt away as waters which run continually. When he bendeth his bow to shoot his arrows, let them be as cut in pieces. As a snail which melteth, let every one of them pass away. Like the untimely birth of a woman, that they may not see the sun. Before your pots can feel the thorns, he shall take them away as with a whirlwind, both living and in his wrath. The righteous shall rejoice when he seeth the vengeance. He shall wash his feet in the blood of the wicked, so that a man shall say, verily, there is a reward for the righteous. Verily, he is a God that judgeth the earth.
מזמור נ"ח למנצח אל תשחט לדוד מכתם האומנם אלם צדק תדברון משרים תשפטו בני אדם אף בלב עולות תפעלון בארץ חמס ידיכם תפלסון זורו רשעים מרחם, טעו מבטן דוברי חזב. חמת למו כדמות חמת נחש, כמו פתן חרש יאתם אוזנו. אשר לא ישמע לכל מלחשים, חובר חברים מחוכם. אלוהים הרש שינמו בפימו, מלטעות כפירים נטוץ אדוני. ימאסו כמו מים, יתהלכו למו, ידרוך חיציו כמו יתמוללו. כמו שבלול דמש יעלו, נפל אשת בל חזו שמש. בטרם יבינו סירותיכם עתד, כמו חי כמו חרון יסערנו. ישמח צדיק כי חזה נקם, בעמיו ירחץ בדם הרשע. ויאמר אדם אך פרי לצדיק, אך יש אלוהים שופטים בארץ.
Lion of Judah Society.
מזמור נ"ח. למנצח אל תשחט לדוד מכתם. האומנם אלם צדק תדברון, משרים תשפטו בני אדם. אף בלב עולות תפעלון, בארץ חמס ידיכם תפלסון. זורו רשעים מרחם, טעו מבטן דוברי חזב. חמת למו כדמות חמת נחש, כמו פתן חרש יאתם אוזנו. אשר לא ישמע לכל מלחשים, חובר חברים מחוכם. אלוהים הרש שינמו בפימו, מלטעות כפירים נטוץ אדוני. ימאסו כמו מים, יתהלכו למו, ידרוך חיציו כמו יתמוללו. כמו שבלול דמש יעלו, נפל אשת בל חזו שמש. בטרם יבינו סירותיכם עתד, כמו חי כמו חרון יסערנו. ישמח צדיק כי חזה נקם, בעמיו ירחץ בדם הרשע. ויאמר אדם אך פרי לצדיק, אך יש אלוהים שופטים בארץ.
Psalm 58. Do ye indeed speak righteousness, O congregation? Do ye judge uprightly, O ye sons of men? Yea, in heart ye work wickedness. Ye weigh the violence of your hands in the earth.
The wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies.
Their poison is like the poison of a serpent. They are like the deaf adder that stoppeth her ear, which will not hearken to the voice of charmers, charming never so wisely. Break their teeth, O God, in their mouth. Break out the great teeth of the young lions, O Lord. Let them melt away as waters which run continually. When he bendeth his bow to shoot his arrows, let them be as cut in pieces. As a snail which melteth, let every one of them pass away. Like the untimely birth of a woman, that they may not see the sun. Before your pots can feel the thorns, he shall take them away as with a whirlwind, both living and in his wrath. The righteous shall rejoice when he seeth the vengeance. He shall wash his feet in the blood of the wicked, so that a man shall say, verily, there is a reward for the righteous. Verily, he is a God that judgeth in the earth.
Yes, 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 yes. Lila Tov, Boca Tov. Have a good day. Shavua Tov, right here, here, here. Let's seal up with this right here. Good prayer for times like these and unjust judges and all this and that. Remember, perilous times here on the outro of midnight, right here, here, here. Shema Yisrael, hear this. Get you on.
But know this, yeah. In the last days, perilous times will come. Men will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful and unholy. Unloving, unforgiving, slanderers without self-control, brutal, despisers of good, traitors and headstrong, hearty, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of Jah, Rastafari, having a form of godliness but denying the power, and from such people turn away. Know this, in the last days perilous times will come. Men will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, unloving, unforgiving, slanderers without self-control, brutal, despisers of good, traitors and headstrong and haughty, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of Jah, Rastafari, having a form of godliness but denying the power, and from such people turn away. For of this sort are those who creep into households and make captives of gullible woman, loaded down with sins, led away by various lusts, always learning and never able to come to the knowledge of truth. Yeah, know this, know this, know this. Sing, oh barren, you have not born, break forth into singing and cry aloud. You who have not labored with child, for more are the children of the desolate than the children of the married woman, says the Lord. Enlarge the place of your tent, let them stretch out the curtains of your dwellings. Do not spare, lengthen your cords, strengthen your stakes, for you shall expand to the right and to the left, and your descendants will inherit the nations and make the desolate cities inhabited. So do not fear, you will not be ashamed, neither be disgraced, for you will not be put to shame. For you shall forget the shame of your youth.
Lion of Judah Society.